Ya estamos.
Sí, ¿ya vamos saliendo, Francisco?
Sí, ahora.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining us today in our 8th edition of the English Learning Symposium. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Valentina Canese, Director of the ISL, who is going to give us some welcoming words.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 8th English Learning Symposium. It is for us a true joy and pleasure to be able to offer this activity for all the English learning community in our country and around the world. This is the 8th year that the English program at the National University of Asunción is offering this program that this year is full of very interesting activities, both in the areas of speaking and translation. We have a really interesting program that includes issues related to teaching that our students and professors have prepared, as well as issues dealing with translation and also current issues such as ethical uses of AI. We're also going to be sharing some opportunities for student mobility and also for community building, such as the opportunities to become participant members. So we encourage all of you to follow today and tomorrow, starting now at 4 and all the way to 8 p.m. We're going to be having this wonderful program in charge of, like I said, our students and faculty. Thank you very much to everyone who made this event possible, most especially our students, faculty, staff, in the person of Professor Christopher, all the students of the Student Council, Francisco Guzzo, Filosofia, who makes this live streaming possible. And so please share this with your friends and colleagues so that they can also take advantage of this wonderful opportunity. Welcome and have a wonderful
Thank you so much, Professor Valentina. And before introducing our speaker's presentation, I would like to share with the audience some announcements. Okay, so in November we are having our 18th Congreso Paraguayo de Escritura Aplicada. The dates are November the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st through our campus. And we are in the fall organizing process. So if you would like to attend, please contact us. We are going to write you the address in the chat box. Also, the ISL offers our annual travel program, and they are going to start in March. Okay, and the programs that we are offering are marketing,
Hola, ¿qué
business as a
tal?
foreign language, maestría en lenguaje internacionalidad, especialización en didáctica de lenguas extranjeras de las universidades de Viena. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker, Professor Valentina. Good afternoon. So, I want to share my picture, my credentials, and
hablan de análisis de producción y al final me sale con noticia. Entonces no tiene mucha coherencia. Es que por ejemplo el material es informativo ese. Y después dice acá, sobre la educación superior universitaria. Está bien, pero ¿qué parte de la educación? Ahí nosotros hicimos con Nilsson. Entonces yo le voy a decir, vos no te vayas a preocupar que yo le voy a decir, nosotros no podemos, yo he presentado aquí demasiado sé. Por ejemplo, el análisis de un programa para ver los personajes, análisis psicológico. Primero que un programa de televisión no tiene personaje. Empezando por el número, porque yo no me hago de la analizar es para una investigación más profunda. Y cómo sería identificar, saber, conocer, esos son los términos que se ven. Claro que puedo tener un PowerPoint para darle a ellos una charla. ¿A quién? A los docentes y yo te acompaño. Espera que vos me avisas la fecha y el lunes, así como este lunes en 8, de 19 a 20. Vamos a preparar. Hola, esta señora también tiene su propia.
Hello everyone. I apologize. We are having some issues with the video recording, so we are going to broadcast again. Just if we can give us some minutes, and we are going to start presenting again. Thank you.
Applications for English teachers. So, why is this relevant? Well, AI has become a really hot topic among educators recently. So, we decided to make a presentation that can really showcase how useful AI can be for teachers. So, AI technologies will integrate into the education system and the education sector, and as they do, educators need to leverage its usage to benefit both their students and their practice. So, how are some ways that AI can fit into teaching? Well, there's education games. So AI powered games can deliver target learning thanks to user responsive programming, adaptive learning platforms. They customize learning activities and content in real time. Chatbots for student support. They connect to a to IT support, and they connect to course information and student services and deliver reminders. They can also help brainstorm ideas. Intelligent tutor systems like the Duolingo app and Khan Academy often dedicate to a single subject like math or language. So, AI tools basically can help with streamlining tool integration, efficiency in creating and supplementing content. So, about productivity and efficiency, greater efficiency comes with AI too. Educators are responsible for a variety of clerical tasks, and writing emails can be done a lot faster with AI, as well as maybe planning. And so AI tools can also be used for creating lessons, activities, and assessments, and even prompts for discussion. This presentation will go over a language model, a note taking app, a tool integration AI tool, and how to write prompts efficiently.
Hello everyone, my name is Sophia and I will be talking about Claude AI, which is designed by Anthropic. Claude AI is a large language model that is promoted as an AI assistant, much like ChatGPT, which I'm sure you're probably familiar with. It's able to process complex information and it is able to break down complex problems into steps and outline solutions for such problems. Most importantly, I think for teachers, it engages with intellectual discussion and it is trained with ethical considerations, which is always good to keep in mind. The way it works is that it uses statistical patterns that are learned from training data, and they use them to they use these patterns to generate responses. They as like in a position to a fixed database or just connecting to the internet. The way that you can access Claude is via its website or through the app, which is available on iOS and Android. There are three types of plans. There's the free plan, which gives you access to Clonet 3.5 Sonnet, which is able to process complex information, not as well as other models such as the Opus, or not as fast as the others such as the Haiku. And you can ask about any images or documents that you need documents that you may share with it. The Pro plan allows a set of documents, codes, files, and it gives you access to other models such as the Cloud Haiku. And it is $20 per month per person. And there's also the team plan, which allows for an integrated workspace. That way you can share your chats with other people. And you can also get an early access to new features. And you can also use other sorts of models, right? It is $25 per person per month. Uh, so it's good to keep in mind. There are benefits and limitations to using Claude AI, of course. I think that amongst its benefits, what I will be very interested in highlighting is that Claude has the capacity to provide relevant sources. Unlike some other rich language models, which just make up sources as they go, it cites its training data. So it does not have access to the internet, but it is it is aware of many relevant publications to different uh, fields of research. It is also trained with ethical guidelines. So ethical guidelines and ethical considerations are wired into this LLM. And that may look like encouraging critical thinking by telling the user to research further or just verify the information or just acknowledge that the the AI may not have the state of the art information on this topic. It is also trained to respect copyright, and it is trained to not uh, reproduce any sort of copyright material. It is also programmed to avoid asking and storing personal information. So it is trained with very strict uh, privacy policies. And it is also trained to avoid unfair biases and to be respectful of diverse cultures and viewpoints. It is also designed to promote scientific accuracy and to discourage misinformation. However, Claude AI is not perfect and it lets you know so. It is designed to be transparent about its limitations, so that is very interesting and that is something that I really, really like. It will recognize that it may fail, that the information provided may not be accurate all the time, or that it may not be state of the art, and it recognizes that through the chat. And I think that it also, yeah, so even though the developers have made great efforts to avoid unconscious biases and such, it also lets you know that there may be some unconscious bias and such, which is an ongoing issue with AIs all over. So it is interesting. And by encouraging the user to do further research and to do cross-examination of the information provided, Claude seeks to not replace the real information and just be a tool for condensation, basically, and or just as a starting point for students and teachers alike. I think that as teachers, you may find Claude useful to find relevant papers faster. Of course, I will also advise you to engage in cross-examination, and you can also ask it for outlines for teaching a certain topic or to make a certain type of assignment or a certain type of lesson plan maybe. And yeah, thank you very much.
Hello, I'll be talking about AudioPen by Luis Pereira. AudioPen is an AI website that transcribes audio recording into well-organized text. By a simple click on the recording button at the bottom of the screen, this tool starts recording everything the speaker says. The Prime version records up to 15 minutes of audio input for each recording. And after the speaker is done, the system starts filtering any repeated words, stuttering, and grammar mistakes, and it separates the information into cohesive paragraphs. When this is done, the user will first be shown the version that is separated in paragraphs and a version that is everything they have said in one big paragraph. But that is not all. The Prime version of the site can also rewrite the text for the user in a different writing style, language, and even summarize the text or add more details to it. It's a tool that can help organize thoughts and ideas into paragraphs without much effort. Regarding the prices and availability, it can be accessed through the AudioPen website on any device. The website is free to use, but users can pay for the Prime version, which includes 24 extra features. The free version allows the user to record up to 3 minutes of audio and save 10 notes that were previously provided by the website. The Prime version, however, allows the user to record up to 15 minutes of audio, and you can save unlimited notes, as well as summarize, as I have mentioned before, the option to narrow down the information that you have given without much thought, and it can even add some more details that you might have not thought of, as well as many other features. It costs $99 a year, but you can pay for a 2-year subscription that is $159. It comes with a lot of benefits, in my opinion. One of them is that you don't need to worry about grammar, stuttering, or redundant words, as it corrects the grammar mistakes and filters out any repeated words and stuttering. It can also save a lot of time, even for people that can type really fast, as users won't have to stop to type down their ideas. They can just keep talking and sharing their ideas at the same time without having to take the time to write. There's also no need to worry about thoughts not making sense while writing them, stopping like, oh, maybe this is not a good idea, maybe I should change the wording of this. You can just say it and check it out later. The text will also be made into a more digestible format, that is the format of organized in paragraphs. And overall, it's really easy to use, and it can be used for multiple purposes besides what could benefit a teacher. Now, talking about limitations, I believe it's not really limited, but it takes a few minutes to transcribe everything. Once you're done recording, you have to wait for it to filter everything out and generate the text. So that could be a little bit annoying, but not really a big issue. And it's also more limited for free users, definitely, but I still think it's quite beneficial. The benefits outweigh the limitations. Talking about benefits as well, the possible uses that English teachers can give to this tool. It can help teachers organize their thoughts while they're thinking them through. A teacher can simply start talking about their lesson plan or ideas for the class that they are not so sure about without stopping to write them down. It can work for lesson plans or brainstorming. And I have also read some reviews that said that teachers use it to transcribe oral presentations or exams, and you can even use it for when you're having one-on-one conversation practice with a student. Obviously, taking into consideration the institutional guidelines, and what is allowed and not allowed at the school that you teach at. It can also be used to write long emails to the parents, the students, or even other people at the facility. And it can be used for general notes, anything that you might not have the time to type down, but you really want in a written format to look at later. It's really useful for anyone, not just teachers, but I can definitely see the potential that it has for any teacher, especially for us English teachers. So I hope you like it. Thank you.
So, this next AI we will be talking about is called Magic School AI. This is a platform filled with AI tools specifically designed for educators. Its main characteristic that makes it different from other AI tools is that it uses generative AI to help educators and students automate tasks that are done by educators every single day. These are all related to teaching and learning specifically. The four pillars that make Magic School work are educator focused guidance, which means they take feedback from educators to update and make Magic School the best it could be. High quality output examples, they take examples from language learning models such as ChatGPT 3 and 4 to make Magic School the preferred for teachers and students alike. The information you provide is key. Prompts that you write and the way that you specify what tasks you would like that Magic School to achieve is a key aspect that makes Magic School such a special tool for educators. And lastly, the best AI model for each tool, because Magic School offers such a different array of AI powered tools for educators. There are several AI models that are involved in tailoring these tasks and these uh, tools for educators. All of these combined create the best possible output that helps educators with their daily tasks and their daily workload. Prices and availability are very important information that all educators should know. This platform is available online and it can be used via web app. It is also compatible with Google Chrome extension, so you can download an extension for free and have it in your browser. And further, it is integrated with other applications such as Google Docs, Google Workspace, anything that is compatible with Microsoft is also available in and integrated in Magic School AI. There are two programs that you can choose from. The free one, you only need to sign up, and there is no payment needed. It includes several AI tools that educators can use. Reina is a chatbot that is built for education assistant. You can ask her questions; she will give you advice. And a very special tool that not a lot of AI models include are image generation. This is, of course, powered by Adobe, but it is still free for educators. And the Plus program that can be purchased by educators themselves or by district or institutions is $12.99 a month. If it's bought yearly, it comes out to around $8.33. This includes everything that the free program includes, as well as unlimited student rooms, which means you can assign tasks that are made in that platform to students. And you can also have unlimited output history. So in a few minutes, I will show you what the output history actually looks like. In the free program, you can have, I believe, up to like 10 different output history, which is basically tasks that you have already made with the Magic AI, Magic School AI. But with the Plus, you get to keep all of the ones that you've done throughout your career with Magic School AI. Some of the benefits that this particular platform includes are time efficiency. It manages time very, very well. The user-friendly and customization options are endless, which is outstanding for teachers because teachers teach in very different contexts. So it is very useful to have the option to customize it to a teacher's specific needs as well as their students. And of course, safety and moderation. This AI tool actually filters out private information if it's put in by mistake, like such as addresses, such as names of students or specific names of institutions that you're using. These are all filtered out. So the benefits that this specific tool offers are very various. Some limitations, however, are specialized needs need to be a little more taken care of. If you need specific um, tasks that need to be designed by Magic School AI, they're not there yet. However, they are updating this. And also, of course, dependence on technology. Many teachers that have veterans, they do not know how to use AI, but because this is such user friendly, it's pretty learnable. Of course, the cost, it is not cheap, but by any means it's not expensive compared to other AI models such as ChatGPT, which is $20, or Copilot for Microsoft, which is $25. And of course, the potential for AI bias, you need to look into what it is that this output is providing. This is kind of like the 80-20 rule, the 80% 20 rule. 80% of it should be by AI, 20% of it you should look into what it's actually saying and double check. Lastly, the uh, things that we'll show you are the possible uses for English teachers. This is all very much tailored for all teachers, but because English is such a specific subject, it actually lets you build a profile where you can choose what subject it is you're teaching, what grades you're teaching, what standards you would like to teach. And so when you first sign up for Magic School, you can build your profile to however you would like. So this is all very helpful for when you're creating lessons, when you're doing unit planning, when you do yearly planning. All of this can be customizable based on what you design your profile will be. And this is what I was telling you about a little bit ago. This is the output history. Whatever it is that you are designing that you use Magic School for, it is saved here. You can export this to Google Docs, Microsoft Word. You can export it to PDF. Whatever it is that suits your needs the best, this is key for saving you time. So these are some ways that English teachers can use it. Of course, this is open for all teachers, but definitely give it a try if you are maybe a first year teacher or you've been a veteran and you would just like to try something new.
So you have all of these softwares that have just been presented by my classmates, and you have all of these other AI free available for your use, but they still kind of do exactly what you need them to do. And sometimes that can be easily fixable just by just writing the prompt correctly or writing a good prompt. And let's see why writing a good prompt matters. So clear prompts lead to more accurate and useful answers, and it also helps to tailor the responses to your teaching needs. It also saves time and boosts your productivity, and where you are spending less time doing planning and you have more time to do other stuff, which is always a plus because teachers were always running out of time. So an example is write a reading lesson plan for fifth graders. And this is a bad prompt in general. And if you usually do this, I ask you to please stop doing this. Let's see why. So there are many questions that arise from this very short prompt. So write a science lesson plan for third graders. It's a bit different, but the idea is the same. So about what specifically? We have science, but science can cover so many things. What is specifically about science? Fruits, vegetables, ecosystem, astronomy, planets, solar system, what? Then what activities should be included in the lesson plan? So maybe you have a specific idea for this. Do you want hands-on activities? Do you want reading activities? What do you want to do? What's the ultimate aim of the lesson? Like, what do you want to achieve by the end of the lesson? Do you want kids to be able to differentiate between different types of plants, different types of animals? What is your idea of what students should be doing by the end of this? Also, should the lesson be differentiated? Maybe you are an extremely lucky teacher who doesn't need their lesson to be differentiated, but in most classrooms, you're going to find very different levels of ability, and you're going to need to tailor to those levels of ability. So you're going to have high ability students, and you're going to have very low ability students, and you need to tailor to their needs as well. Also, you could throw in what's the background and interests of your students. Like, for example, if your students really like a certain musical, or they really like a certain type of music, they really like a certain type of topic like astronomy, maybe you can tailor to that, so the activities that the AI gives you are more engaging and more according to those interests. In that way, the students are going to really appreciate the activity more. And also, just how much time do we have to cover everything? If you sometimes, if you don't tell the AI, it's going to give you like an average of like 1 hour lesson plan, and maybe you don't have an hour, maybe you have 30 minutes, maybe you have an hour and a half, and you need to consider this and say it to it, because it's not going to know otherwise. And yeah, so there is a spectrum ranging from okay to the best type of prompt that you can give. And the first one, the okay one, is what we already saw. But then you have a better one that is like act as an expert mathematician and a teacher skilled in designing engaging learning experiences for upper elementary students. Design a lesson plan about multiplying fractions for fifth grade students. This is already pretty good. This is getting very specific. We like that. Let's make it more specific. You're an expert mathematician and teacher skilled in universal design for learning. Design an accessible lesson plan about multiplying fractions for fifth grade students interested in soccer. I'm sorry. The lesson plan should include a hands-on activity, and frequent opportunities for collaboration. Format the response in a table, so you can even ask AI to format the response in a way that is more digestible for you, or in a way that you like it more. So here I have two examples of what makes these of great prompts. Let's see what makes them so great. First, they're very clear and specific. The more general your prompts are, the more general your responses are going to be. So we really want to get specific and talk about everything that our classrooms have, like what resources you have available, the type of kids that you have, the little quirks that they do and have. And second, provide context with it, which is also very much connected to the other point. But in this aspect, you can give a role to your AI. You can ask it to be an 8th grade science teacher. You can ask it to be the best teacher in the world. And in that way, it really gets into the context that you are, and you're going to get a result that is more tailored to your needs. Don't be afraid to say everything about your classroom and what your life is like. Third, they follow a logical format. Structure your prompts logically with a clear language, because oftentimes the things that go through our heads are not very clear for other people that are not us. So the same with the machine, just try to make it as clear as possible. And lastly, explain your expectations. The more the AI knows what you expect of it, the more it's going to try to work and abide by that, just like the students do. So lastly, when you ask the right questions, AI gives you the tools to transform your lessons and inspire yourself and your students. Thank you so much.
So, what have we learned with this presentation? So, today's education professionals are watching technological revolution unfold in real time as AI enables learning platforms, educational games, chatbots, virtual tutors, and organizational tools that help streamline education. So, Claude is a large language model promoted as an AI assistant. It finds relevant prompts faster. It asks for outlines for teaching of a certain topic, or maybe even a certain type of assignment. But you must always fact check when using language models. AudioPen is an AI tool that transcribes audio recording into text. This tool can help teachers organize their thoughts while they think them through. Magic School AI is an advanced AI platform designed specifically for teaching. It uses generative AI to assist educators and students by automating and streamlining various tasks related to teaching and learning. And Prompt Writing 101, it goes over why writing good prompts is essential to using AI models and what makes a good prompt, which is basically specificity. And this was our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our four-year students who present this topic that was very interesting. Now, before we continue with our next presentation, I would like to remind you again that in November we have Congreso de Lingüística Paraguayo y Lingüística Aplicada. The dates are November the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st. We are in the call for papers process right now, so please, if you would like to present, and contact us, okay? Now, moving on, the topic of our next presentation is Teaching Academic English. Is going to be presented by third-year students, and they are Taide Apleyar, Oliver Remesh, Susana Cardoso, Janina Baez, and Fernanda Maidana. So whenever you are ready, feel free to begin with your presentation. So in the meantime, I would like also to remind you that the ISLs offers master programs. They are going to start in March. So we are offering the master degree in teaching English as a foreign language, maestría en lenguaje, bilingüismo e interculturalidad, y la especialización en didáctica de las lenguas extranjeras y de las segundas lenguas. And also don't forget to follow the ISL on social media. So we are waiting for the third-year students who are going to present. So Oliver, I'm not sure if you are there, ready to present?
I am.
Okay, feel free, Oliver, when you are ready to start your presentation. So before we start our next presentation, I would like to remind you that in November, we are having the fifth edition of the Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada The days are November the 18th, the 20th, the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st through our YouTube channel. We are now in the call for paper process, so please, if you would like to present, contact us. And furthermore, don't forget that the ISL offers graduate programs, and all of these programs start in March. And the programs that the ISL is offering are the following: and the master degree in teaching English as a foreign language, maestría en lenguaje, bilingüismo e interculturalidad, especialización en didáctica de las lenguas extranjeras y de las segundas lenguas. And it's also important that you know that we are on social media. Okay, so it is important that you follow us, and please contact us if you are interested in one of these topics, okay, or in one of these programs that the ISL is offering. So I think like in a moment, we are going to start with our presentation. Yes.
Um, Thank you so much for waiting for us, and sorry for the technical inconveniences. And good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. We are the third year students Taide Pleyar, Deya Baez, Susana Cardoso, Fernanda Maidana, Oliver Remesh, and Agustina Celada. And we will be talking about teaching academic writing. Next slide, please. In order to begin, first we need to define academic writing. So, what is academic writing? It is communicating ideas and information to members of an academic community. As per, academic writers publish journals, articles, and write textbooks, while students use academic writing to show their understanding of course material for their classes. The form and content of academic writing can change depending on the context. Next slide, please. Different contexts influence the type of text that gets written, but also academic writing must have certain characteristics. First of all, the structure. Academic texts are structured around a central thesis, the main idea that the writer wants the reader to understand. So the reader of the academic writer, of the academic text expects the order of the information to be clearly divided and clearly organized as well. The divisions of an academic text, as the paragraphs, the sections, or the chapters, have a clear subtopic that is related to the main thesis. Then we have the evidence. To prove the basis for new ideas, writers need to use evidence. Learners must develop the ability to access information and also discern the sort of sources they can use for their academic writing. We have accuracy. Academic writers should choose accurate vocabulary and also precise language, since all claims, ideas, and new terms must be explained so that the reader is not left to guess what the writer means. I'm sorry, can you go back on the slide, please? There is objectivity, even when the purpose of academic writing is to persuade the audiences, writers must present the information objectively. So there are a lot of ways to plan an academic writing lesson. We want to talk about the most commonly used planning method, backward design. Next slide, please. Backward design is also called backward planning, which means developing a course starting with the learning objectives you want students to achieve. And then you work backwards to plan what units, what activities, or what strategies you will use to meet those goals. Some steps to plan a class or a course using backward design are to define the purpose. You should first consider the purpose of the course. You may want to ask questions as, how does my class fit within the rest of the curriculum? How does it support the needs of my students? And how will this class help students in other courses or in their future careers? Second, we have setting the class objectives. Once you have considered the purpose of the course, you can begin thinking about course objectives. Sometimes they can also be called outcomes. And these objectives are the overall goals you want students to be able to achieve by the end of your class or your course. The third step would be to set the unit objectives. After your course objectives are specified, you can determine the objectives for each unit you want to develop or each set of lesson. That can help students meet the course objectives as well. This means that there should be a clear connection between what is planned for class and also the overall course level objectives. The fourth step would be to create assignments and assessments. When the unit objectives are ready, you can use them to guide you in creating assignments, that is what you will have students do in and outside of class, and assessments or tests, how you will evaluate their work. This should align with the learning objective in the ways that you are working toward trying to reach the same purpose for the course with all of the specific materials you use. One unit or one assignment can target multiple objectives at the same time. And lastly, creating class activities leading to completing the assignments. This step is to decide what happens in the classroom. Based on the assignments and the assessments you choose or you created, you can break your class into units or into lessons that help students complete their assignments. So basically, in order to teach how to write academically, we must understand the different aspects of writing and also the characteristics of the text we want to teach our students how to write. Next slide, please.
Let's continue with approaches to teaching academic writing. Before presenting the different approaches, let us emphasize the following. Particularly in academic writing, some experts say, when teaching academic writing, it is best to use the learner-centered method. Let's look first some features about this method. In learner-centered instruction, students have the power to make choices in their learning experiences. Teachers guide the students in setting goals, making decisions, and reflecting on their learning. This method focuses on addressing a students' needs, abilities, interests, and learning styles. So the teacher's role involves planning writing tasks, anticipating student skills, and facilitating discussions to ensure effective learning outcomes. Therefore, knowledge is seen as co-constructed through students' prior knowledge, experiences, and collaboration with peers and teachers. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Approaches to writing instruction. The many approaches to teaching writing can be placed into two general categories: text-focused instruction and process-focused, each with unique features. For example, a text-focused instructions emphasize teaching rhetorical modes such as narration, description, exposition, and argument, aligning with the specific goals of a text. Process-focused instruction involves classroom activities as brainstorming, group discussion, drafting, revising, and rewriting, editing, for example. Next, please. Let's delve into text-based instruction. Here, writing assignments like compare and contrast or cause and effect essays are focused on the correct sentence organization and paragraph structure. This method helps a student effectively to tell, describe, explain, and persuade through their writing. The text-focused model operates on two levels of learning. First, exposure to diverse texts, because students can understand and master various text types by being exposed to different genres and styles, which are crucial for producing effective academic writing. Learning content through text, students deepen their understanding of content by engaging with text, and this helps them understand the conventions of academic writing. Sorry. Sorry. The text focus model is divided into 4 stages. In stage 1, students analyze the model text and analyze its features, such as paragraphing and language use in a specific writing types. For example, formal letters. They practice these features in isolation, focusing on specific language structures. In stage 3, students focus on organizing ideas, which this is seen as more important than the ideas themselves, because proper organization of the ideas is key for communication. Finally, stage 4, students apply their learned skills and vocabulary to produce a finished product. Next slide, please. On the other hand, process-focused instruction allows students to refine their writing through a structured process. Students go through a series of stages to improve their writing skills. This instructional model consists of 8 stages. First, brainstorming and discussion of ideas. Then, extending these ideas into a note form and assessing their usefulness. 3, organization of these ideas into a mind map or a spider diagram, for example. Then students write their first draft, often collaborating in pairs or groups. Then they exchange the draft. There is a revision based on peer feedback. Then a final draft is written, incorporating all revisions and improvements. And the final stage is where they exchange the final drafts, reading each other's work and even writing responses or replies. One can see here that this approach focuses on the writing process itself, which helps students develop a deeper understanding of how writing evolves by promoting collaboration, peer feedback, and critical thinking. And also, it helps the students overcome the fear of writing by breaking down the process into manageable steps. Next slide, please. In conclusion, learner-centered classrooms enable students to create knowledge with peers and structures. Teaching academic writing is more effective when combining different approaches. Academic writing in English as a foreign language involves learning vocabulary, grammatical forms, organizational patterns, and why and how texts are written. So teachers should know how to teach academic writing in different ways to best meet students' needs. Thank you.
So another important aspect is genre. This is basically a distinction of the different types of written text based on recognizable patterns, syntax, techniques, and/or conventions. Here we have a couple of examples of the different genres of text that there are. Research articles, textbooks, abstracts, reviews, PhD theses, popular science writing, research posters, and grant proposals. You can think of them as kind of like going to IKEA and buying furniture. The furniture itself would be the genre. It is what you want to achieve in the end. But in order to get to the final stage, you have to take into consideration the conventions. which are by definition the distinct characteristics of every text genre, or using the IKEA analogy, it is the set of instructions that you have to follow in order to reach the final product. So we have, for example, organization of the argument, language patterns, purpose, audience, tone, structure, formatting, and many others. And these are important because let's take audience, for example. Who are you writing for? Is it another fellow teacher? Is it a wider audience of researchers? And it also plays an important role with the purpose, because what is the purpose that you want to achieve with this text? Is it to inform? Is it to raise an issue that you saw? Is it to perhaps propose why cell phones are a great idea to use in the classroom? So all of these gender conventions have different options that you have to decide one or the other in order to get the best text you can achieve.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deya Baez, and today I'm going to talk about a topic that's fundamental to our academic journey, which is academic writing. Whether we're drafting essays or reports, academic writing is a tool that allows us to effectively communicate our ideas, our findings, and our arguments. And it's not just about putting words on a page, it's really about presenting information in a clear, structured, and persuasive manner. Next slide, please. The teaching the writing process. So to teach writing means that we understand first the four main stages to start this process. Writing is not about placing words together, as I said. It's much more complex. It's about exploring our ideas. It's about refining our thoughts and making sure that our final product conveys the message that we want effectively. These four stages are inventing, drafting, revising, and editing. Next slide, please. So, now that we set the stage for understanding the importance of academic writing, let's move into explore the process that brings our ideas to life. Think of the process as a bridge that guides our ideas from initial inspiration into a more complete work. Our bridge has four pillars: inventing, drafting, revising, and editing. Each step supports each other, of course. The first one is inventing. We could say that inventing is the foundational stage of the writing process, is where everything begins. This stage starts with thinking about the topic and planning the main idea that we want to capture in our paper. This stage is really about exploring and creativity. Then we have drafting. Drafting is the stage where ideas start to shape. In this stage, we compose a draft and we develop it with details. But it's also about bringing together all the thoughts and all the research that we gather during the inventing phase. Then we have revising. Revising is a very important stage in the writing process. This stage includes reviewing the draft and getting feedback to rewrite or correct what is needed. Revising is about refining and improving the paper. So this way, we ensure that what we wrote really conveys the meaning that we intended from the start. Um, then comes editing. Editing is a stage that it's all about perfecting the paper. So we make sure that our work is polished. In editing, we check for uniformity, for sentence structure, and that our work is has readability, so we can enhance the flow and make our sentence clearer and more concise if possible. However, of course, the writing process stages are not proceeding in a straight line from start to finish because everyone has their own method and everyone has their own way to make their own writing process. They are more like to set a connected loop where writers sometimes can repeat steps as they revise and as they write, of course. whatever works from them. Next slide, please. So now we have the pre-writing strategies. This is the stage where we lay the groundwork for a well-structured and for a coherent piece. The pre-writing is a process that first must happen before really writing or putting our fingers to the keyboard. These strategies are based on the writing process. This enables writers to structure the mind and ideas and to clarify the direction in which their writing task is going. Pre-writing involves various techniques that helps us organize our thoughts, and during this stage we use strategies like brainstorming, clustering, listening, outlining, free writing, and looping that I'll be commenting about. So first we have brainstorming. Brainstorming is one of the most popular strategies used at the beginning of the writing process. Here, writers down many ideas, all the ideas that they have, without caring if it's appropriate for the writing task. They can pause and get input from others, students from professors or peers, and there is no need to worry about spelling or grammar errors at this stage, really. Then we have clustering. Clustering allows writer to see the connection between their ideas. This is also called a three diagram or map, where writers can start by writing down the main idea in the middle and then circling it and then drawing the connections to other ideas. Each idea is expanded further through these new connections. Then the idea will eventually look like the branches of a tree, and the writers also can use color or large fonts to join similar ideas and emphasize important ideas. Next slide, please. Then we have listening. Listening lets writer organize their ideas as a list, as the name says. There are two types of lists. The first one, as I mentioned, is the brainstorming list, and the second one is the I know, don't know list. In the first one, writers simply list all the ideas that they can think about their topic, and in the second, they write down what they know about their topic and what they need to learn about their topic. Then we have outlining. Outlining is a strategy that writers can use once they know more about their topic. Therefore, and with research, this helps with research. So we outline the topic, and we have more clear ideas or where we want to go with our paper. So it usually follows one of the strategies mentioned above. Writers create either a traditional outline or a rough outline. The traditional one is used to order the main ideas and to support the details through the numbering. And typically, it starts with the main idea for the overall topic. Then we have the subtopics that are added and supporting the details as elaborations. And then we have the rough outline, and that basically lists the ideas that the students develop during the clustering or listing phase in some logical way or in the way that they prefer to develop the ideas of the paper. Then we have the free writing. Free writing is where writers actually create some text. They don't worry about the correctness yet. Here, they write as much as possible in a short amount of time, and they don't stop trying to focus on a specific order. If they are stuck, they try to express the same idea in a different way until they are able to generate a new idea. And the last one, we have looping. Looping helps to build the free writing on the free writing. Writers move within their topic and get all the relevant ideas into writing. Usually, they write freely on a topic for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then they read over the content generated in the same period and is a circle as a subtopic to develop further. Then they write freely on their circle topic and repeat the looping process until all the relevant topics are covered. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Now we're going to get a little more in depth with what is revising and editing, which are two very important parts of the academic writing process. We're going to be covering a little bit of definitions, main differences, and what to take into account in each one of the parts of the process. Next slide, please. Okay, first, what is revising? Revising basically includes reviewing and improving the content, organization, and also focus of the draft. This may include finding like more accurate vocabulary or changing the sentence structure to improve the logic and cohesion of the draft. And it also can involve a peer or a tutor or an instructor reading the draft and then giving a global feedback on how well the meaning is understood. Next slide, please. On the other hand, what is editing? Editing, it involves getting corrective feedback as well on local errors, but it's more focused on grammatical errors and also spelling checks or punctuation mistakes. And it has two main parts. The first one is proofreading, that is the checking for sentence structure and capitalization mistakes, and also editing, that is actually making the corrections. Next slide, please. Well, as you see, they're kind of similar, revising and editing. I mean, they're both focused on correcting mistakes and reviewing the draft, but the main difference is that reviewing, you do it throughout the whole process. I mean, you do it repeatedly after checking the draft several times, but the editing, you only do it at the end in the final version of the draft. That is followed then by the formatting of the document using the correct citation style and documentation format. Next slide, please. Thank you. And what to take into account for these two parts of the process. In revising, first you have to take into account the content and structure of the draft, like the thesis statement, ensuring that the thesis is clear, concise, and also well supported throughout the whole paper. Then again, the argument development, like check if the arguments are logically structured and that each paragraph supports the thesis. Check for introduction and conclusion also, and topic sentences. Check if each paragraph starts with a clear topic sentence that relates to the thesis. And a very important part is also the relevance. In here, you can check if there are any information that doesn't directly contribute to your argument or the topic. Then also, as a second point, you should check for clarity and conciseness. This includes mainly like the language, the use of clear and precise language to avoid like jargon, for example, if it is inappropriate for your audience. Here, and a very important point that it tends to happen with students is redundancy, and check for eliminate repetitive ideas or unnecessary words. And also another point that tends to happen is the point of complexity, like breaking down long complex sentences for better readability. The third point that you should take into account in what is revising is coherence and flow. Here, you can check for logical transitions, like ensure that there are smooth transitions between sentences and paragraphs, and check for consistency. This is like maintaining consistency in terms of tone and style, and also of point of view. Also, including signposting, that is using words like however, therefore, for example, to guide the readers throughout the argument. The fourth point and last point that you should check in revising is style and tone. Normally, in academic writing, we maintain a formal academic tone that is appropriate for the discipline. And also, try to check here for the variation of sentence structure, like mixing short and long sentences to maintain the reader's interest. Then, moving on to editing, there are a few points that we have to take into account as well. First one is grammar and punctuation. Here we check for grammatical mistakes to correct errors in subject-verb agreement, tense consistency, and also pronoun use. This can be through manual check, or you can also use electronic devices or web pages to electronic spelling check. And also then you'd have to check for punctuation, of course, to ensure they use the correct use of commas, semicolons, and other punctuation marks. And spelling, always run a spell check to check and watch also for that it tends to happen a lot. For example, homophones, the differences between there and there. Um, and in editing, we also check for, and we have to take into account the correct citations and references according to the format that we're going to be covering this point more ahead in the presentation. And of course, plagiarism checks make sure that all the data, all the information, quotations are properly credited. And also in editing, we do the final review because this is done at the end of the final submission of the draft, where we do the proofreading, as we talk about. We read the paper multiple times to catch any missed errors or if there's any like awkward phrasing left. Also, in here, it is highly encouraged to use peer review, like have someone to review the paper to provide feedback. In this case, it could be a peer, an instructor, or the teacher itself. And last time, you in this editing part, you check for consistency again in formatting, especially such as, I don't know, the font, the spacing throughout the document, the headings, and so on. Next slide, please. Okay, I pass the word to my other classmate. Thank you.
So for argument, we have to make a quick distinction between the colloquial and the academic argument. The colloquial argument is like arguing with someone, not necessarily a positive connotation. But in the academic sense, it is the ideas and reasons used to support a point of view with the aim of convincing another person. So in order to properly convey our argument, we need the following: a claim, proof, objections, and conclusion. The claim is the main premise that you are interested in improving. For smartphones motivate students. That is our claim. But a claim is not good by itself. We need proof to support it. Proof is the evidence, data, sources, and examples used to support the claim. Needs to be something that informs your thinking. And proof can be basically a textbook or research paper done on the topic. But simply presenting the proof is not good enough. That's why we need the warrant to explain this is why proof support. For example, if the claim that the smartphone improves integration and proves statistics improve motivation supports our view. But we also have to take into consideration the objections because basically as a drawback. So students can also act as distractors, and we have to acknowledge these drawbacks in order to present a which will stop the right from being convincing. Conclusion, which is basically a balanced summary of the argument. And tying all of this together is the reasoning, which is the process of reaching conclusions on the basis of careful, reflective consideration of the available information. This is especially important because not every piece of proof is good proof for our claim, so we have to carefully select what fits, not what fits our data, but what does actually support what we want to convey. And that's everything for me. So now back to another classmate.
Hi, my name is Fernanda Maidana, and I'm going to speak to you about essays. Next slide, please. So here we're going to talk about purpose and audience for writing essay and academic texts. Next slide, please. So thinking about purpose and audience will help students better plan to write and produce more effective writing. The purpose is a writer's reason for writing. For example, to describe, to explain, or to convince. The purpose shapes the type of text that you are writing. It also influences the tone, the style, and the structure of your essay. For instance, if your purpose is to convince someone, you'll need to use persuasive language and solid evidence. And your audience, on the other hand, refers to the people who will read the written product. And for students writing academic texts, they must realize that their teacher is not their sole audience. They must direct their writing towards specific audiences to match the purpose of their text. This means considering who will be reading the essay and what they might already know or believe about the topic. Depending on the background knowledge of the audience, writers might include more or less information. The writer's personal characteristics, such as age, educational level, or cultural background, might influence the type of language, grammar, and supporting information they choose. For example, if you're writing about climate change for, let's say, a specific journal, or in this case, a scientific journal, your audience will expect technical terms and detailed data. But if you're writing for a general audience, you'll need to explain those terms and focus on how climate change affects everyday life. So, understanding your audience helps make your writing more effective and relevant. Next slide, please. Now, I want to talk to you about the essay structure. The structure of an essay has three parts: an introduction, a body, and a conclusion. Next slide, please. So, starting with the introduction, the first paragraph starts with a hook or an interesting opening statement to get the audience's attention. So the hook can be a vivid description, surprising a scene, or a question for the reader. For example, if you're writing an essay on the importance of education, your hook might be a powerful quote from a famous educator or a striking fact about how many people struggle to read. The opening paragraph should also give relevant background information or the context of the story. This can include the setting, main characters, and timing. This background information that I just mentioned is very important, is crucial because it helps the reader understand the topic's importance as well, and it sets the stage for your argument or discussion. The opening paragraph ends with a thesis statement or main idea that the writer will develop throughout the story or throughout the essay. And the thesis statement can relate to the significance of the story, or it can set up a question in the reader's mind, which the writer answers by the end of the paper. For example, in an essay about renewable energy, your thesis might be something like transitioning to renewable energy resources is essential for reducing global carbon emissions and fighting climate change, for example. Now let's move on to the body. The body of the essay contains several paragraphs. Each body paragraph focuses on a specific idea that needs to relate to the thesis statement. The first sentence of each paragraph expresses the main idea of the paragraph, which is why it is called the topic sentence. The idea in a topic sentence should be developed with the appropriate information or evidence supporting the idea. Evidence can include personal experiences. It could include as well observations, facts, examples, data, or quotes from credible sources. For example, if your essay is about the value of literary analysis, one body paragraph might be about how analyzing literary works can improve critical thinking. You could support this idea with research showing that analyzing literature sharpens interpretation skills, for example. And then in another paragraph, you could discuss how literature influences society, using examples of how literary works reflect and shape societal values over time. So each body paragraph should connect to the paragraphs before and after it. Together, all the body paragraphs create a path from the introduction to the conclusion. For this path to be clear for the audience, the writer needs to use transitions or words that create a bridge from one idea to the next. Transitions are especially useful at the start of a new paragraph to show a change in topic, focus, time, or event. Transitions are necessary inside the paragraphs too. They maintain the flow of your essay, guiding your reader smoothly from one point to the next. You could use phrases like in addition or furthermore or on the other hand, and so many more. All right, so now let's move on to the last part of an essay, which is the conclusion. The conclusion should remind readers of the thesis, but not necessarily by repeating it word for word. If the thesis posed a question, then the conclusion might give a precise answer. What should the reader learn from the narration? Why is it important and memorable? Ideally, this impression is created with the reader throughout the essay. The conclusion is an opportunity for you to highlight the significance. The conclusion should not be a simple summary of the main points. Also, it should not bring in new information. Never bring new information to a conclusion. Instead, it should create a feeling of completeness. However, it can state that the topic presented in the essays and is important. Its importance as well in other contexts, for example. And as an example, in an essay about the impact of social media on mental health, your conclusion might not only restate how social media can contribute to anxiety and depression, but also suggest areas for future research or steps that society could take to reduce these effects. And another strategy for a strong conclusion is to end with a statement that is thought provoking and that will leave your reader with something to think about. And that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm back. Now we're getting to the last part of the presentation, and this is, as we know, as teachers and students, a very tedious part of the academic writing process that is integrated sources in academic writing. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. And as we must understand first, one previous one, Oliver, thank you. Sorry. As we must understand first, the quality of the academic writing largely depends on using outside sources. It is a very important part of the process, and that's why, next slide, please. Us as teachers, our role is, next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Just a second, it seems we're having technical issues. Okay, continuing. Our role as teachers in this part of the process that is integrating sources is teaching students how to integrate them to present their own original opinions and arguments. Next slide, please. Well, the question that arises is how do we approach this? How do we teach integrating sources? And one way to approach teaching source use is to have students think about the purpose. I mean, why, asking the question why they want to integrate certain sources. And when using the sources, they should know that they must carefully acknowledge each source. Next slide, please. There are two main ways that I think we're pretty aware of. The first way is the in-text citation, that is when the information is integrated directly into the text and the credit to the author is given in a short form. In-text citations usually include just the name of the author and the year of publication. The second main way of accrediting sources is the full text citation, a full citation that includes all the details of the source, and I provide it usually at the end of the text in what we know as the works cited or references. Next slide, please. And it is very important for citing academic sources to take into account the formatting, because there are style-specific rules according to each format that you use, whether it be MLA, APA, or the Chicago one. So this is a very important part of the process, and it is very important to know at the end that we do, as we cover already in editing, that is formatting. Next slide, please. And it seems like a very like basic skill at creating sources, but it is actually a process that requires learning, practice, and time to ensure avoiding mistakes, and most importantly to like critic authors and also avoid plagiarism. That is a very very important thing. Okay, next slide, please. That was all for us. Thank you so much for listening, and these are our sources.
Thank you very much to the third year students. This presentation was amazing. And now I would like to welcome Victoria Avila, who will be your host through the next presentation. Victoria, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Mariam.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Victoria Avila, and I'm going to be your hostess for the next part of this amazing afternoon. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 ISL English Symposium. And we are happy to have you all here. We are happy to have amazing presenters today and also tomorrow. And we are happy to have distinguished guests and fellow students with us. Welcome back, everybody. It is an honor to have you all here today. Thank you for joining us virtually from around the country. And we gather here to exchange ideas, explore innovations, and discuss the future of our field. And we are excited about all the opportunities that lie ahead. This symposium represents an unique moment where experts, professors, and fellow students come together to share their insights and drive progress. Your presence here is a testament of the importance of collaboration and knowledge sharing in pushing all the boundaries of what is possible. I would like to call all the next presenters to be prepared. And in the meantime, I would like to remind you of some news and some upcoming events we have at the ISL. On the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st of November, we are going to have el Quinto Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada. and through our YouTube channel. Yes, we have a YouTube channel, and you are welcome to follow us there and subscribe and share all the videos we share over there. We are in the call for papers process now. So if you would like to present, please contact us. We are going to be pleased to help you throughout the process. And remember that there is a due date, which is October the 7th. So be aware of that information. Also, we want to remind you that we have at the ISL some graduate programs, and they start in March. So for more information, write to the ISL email, and we are also going to be happy to help you through the processes. We have a master's degree on teaching English as a foreign language. We also have a maestría en lenguaje, bilingüismo e interculturalidad. And also we have a especialización en didáctica de las lenguas extranjeras y de las segundas lenguas. So please check our social media. We have our official website. We have our YouTube channel. We have our Facebook account. We have our Instagram account and our LinkedIn account. So please check out those social media accounts to be aware of all the information and all the upcoming events we are going to have at the ISL. So the following presentation we have on this afternoon is called Strategies and Resources for Self-Taught English, and is going to be presented by first-year students. Their names are María José Dionisis, Cecia Gaona, Montserrat Irala, Nara López, Alejo Rodas, Marcelo Rojas, Azucena Osuna, y Jamilet Verón. So without further ado, be welcome presenters. The stage is yours.
Yes. Just a moment until we put our PowerPoint, please.
Of course, no problem. So let me know when you are ready so we can have the presentation ready and we can check out if all the technical issues are solved.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Okay, be welcomed.
Thank you. So, before going to the table of contents, um, I want to introduce our group. So, we are María José Dionisís, Cecia Gaona, Montserrat Irala, Nara López, Azucena Osuna, and myself, Marcelo Rojas. Without further ado, let's see what we are going to be covered today. Next slide, please. The presentation starts with an introduction about our topic, then follows up with different skills one has to master while learning English, such as speaking, vocabulary, listening, writing, grammar, and it also gives a list of educational resources. And it ends with a brief summary of our presentation. Next slide, please. Let me start the presentation with a quote from Harvard University that says, "Languages allow us to express ourselves, create change, and share knowledge with people around the world and across time." So, English is the most widely spoken language in the world, with more than 1.3 billion speakers. Learning English can open up many opportunities for personal and professional growth, as well as enrich your cultural understanding and appreciation. However, learning English can be challenging, especially if you don't have access to formal classes or tutors. A classroom is not the only place to learn a foreign language. Nowadays, you can study a new language anytime and anywhere through different means, such as mobile apps, web page, or YouTube channels. Now, my classmate Ceciona will be talking about speaking skills.
Thank you, Marcelo. Improving speaking skills. Learning English as a second language, as my classmate said, can be challenging. The combination of vocabulary and speech pattern make English pronunciation a little more tricky than other languages. Still, there's no need for speakers to have English as a second language to feel self-conscious about their language skills. With practice, anyone can learn to speak English like a professional. And here we have some tips. There are actually 8 that we're recommending so you can improve your speaking skills. The number one is accept imperfections. There is no doubt about it. English is a strange language, and even native speakers can have trouble pronunciating some words. And it also takes time to learn to conjugate verbs. English has a lot of irregular verbs, and speakers must memorize the rules of each one. The point is that is if your spoken English isn't perfect, that's okay. A few pronunciation errors are unavoidable. But remember the more that you practice your speaking, the fewer errors you have. The second one is practice several times a day. Practice is a key to learn any language. The first recommendation we can give you is to search for opportunities to practice your English. Number 3 is ask questions. If you don't understand a word or phrase, ask questions. Don't stay with the doubt. Nowadays, there are different sites in the internet where you can find, and later on, we are going to see with my classmates some places where you can find the answers to your questions. We have, use the internet. Today, you can use the internet to speed up your learning process. YouTube videos are great resources. Watching videos on a regular basis can develop your English skills. You can pick new accents, idioms, and slang terms, and online videos offer a window into different languages and cultures also. The next one will be take notes. As you practice English, keep a record of new words and unfamiliar expressions that you complicate yourself with, and write down any questions you might have, as I said before, like what's the plural of octopus, and at the end of the day, use a search engine to find the answers to those questions you are having. The number 6 is think in English. Most people think that in their native language. So when you try to speak another language, you can run into difficulties. First, you have to translate your thoughts from your native language to English, and this mental translation process can cause delays in your speech. And if you want to improve your English and speech rate, try to practice thinking in English. You might find it helpful to narrate your actions throughout the day. The next one is focus on fluency. Since English is a large language, you'll always be discovering unfamiliar words. Fluent speakers are able to express their thoughts, feelings, plans, and goals because they can question and understand the response. They are also able to speak quickly and write with confidence. Remember, fluency focuses on meaning and coherence, not perfection. That's not what we're searching here while learning English. And lastly, don't give up. Whatever you do, don't give up on learning English. Picking up a new language always takes a lot of work, time also, but you can expect to struggle and you might feel discouraged or wonder if you'll ever master English. But rest assured that fluency is possible and that you can achieve your goals if you have that on mind. And each year, thousands of people master English language, and it just takes patience and conversational practice. Now I'm going to pass the word to my classmate, Montserrat Irana.
Yes, thank you, Cecilia. Next slide, please. Now, regarding vocabulary, Building up your vocabulary in English is a game changer because the words you know shape the way in which you express yourself. So, the more words you know, the better you will communicate with others. But question is how to improve or how to increase your vocabulary. The best way to do it is by learning to use or to apply the words that you already know well in different situations or in everyday expressions. You can learn new terms or expressions to speak more fluently by following these tips that I'm going to give you. First, listen to music. Music is part of our everyday life, but many times we just enjoy the sound without paying close attention to the lyrics. So, next time, pay attention and try to understand as many words as possible. First, you can start by listening to slower sounds that has well pronounced words and are about common themes because this is a great way to not only increase your vocabulary but also to develop your listening skills. Also, you can watch subtitled movies to become familiar with new native idioms and expressions that you're not accustomed to listening. Series and movies are excellent. For example, watching your favorite series with the original audio, it's an excellent option to train your listening and also to acquire new words. Then we have reading newspapers, articles, and books of different genres in English. Reading is essential to create connection with the content, and it's also an excellent way to learn because the knowledge acquired can be assimilated more easily. But also, it's important to read topics that are interesting to you topics that suit your personal tastes because it will be more easy to learn. It could be, for example, a book that inspired a movie you have seen, or maybe magazines about entertainment, arts, or even about sports. But it's important to include reading in your daily routine whenever possible because by doing so, your ability to understand will be better every day. And related to that, also, it's important to highlight and following international news. On the internet is easy to find the most popular international news of the moment for these recent newspapers, websites, or even through social media apps. You can delve deeper into the language just by looking out the most recent news. Then we have writing phrases and text in English. In addition to learning the meaning of the words, it's important to put them into practice. For example, you can write at least 2 or 3 sentences per day and always try to apply the new expressions in different dialogues. But also pay attention to whether the original meaning of the sentence has not been affected. This way, you won't forget what you have learned. And last but not least, we have don't be afraid to make mistakes. Each language has its own peculiarity, and English is no different. It has different grammar rules and several exceptions, but English still causes problems even for their native speakers. And imagine for those who have just started to learn it or for those who just want to speak it more fluently. So always remember that mistakes are part of the learning process. That will be all for vocabulary. And now I will pass the word to my classmate Marcelo, who will be talking about listening skills. Thank you.
Yes. So it is really important to listen to a variety of English speakers from all sorts of backgrounds. This will something you experience every day while learning English. If we do not learn how to listen properly, we might miss important information. A general suggestion to help improve your listening skills is to not worry about understanding every single word. Instead, You should focus on listening for the main idea and note down new vocabulary in a diary to look up later. And now I'm going to give you tips to help improve your listening skills. You should listen to podcasts. They can be very effective at helping you improve your listening skills. You can choose what you listen to, when you listen to it, and you can repeat it as many times as you like. Podcasts can be very helpful when building new vocabulary. Hear different voices and accents, but also learn something new. You can also watch programs or talks on topics you are already interested in. Watching films or TV shows in English with or without subtitles is a great way to work on your listening skills. You will hear everyday English, colloquial language, and learn expressions that you may not hear every day. You can also slow down or re-listen to dialogue if you misheard anything. Listening to short talks or news programs on topics you have learned about before or about subjects that you are interested in will help you to improve your vocabulary. Next slide, please. Now I will be talking about pronunciation, which is crucial for effective communication while learning English, as they will help you speak clearly and accurately. Sometimes, even a tiny mistake can completely change the meaning of a sentence, and a heavy accent might make it hard for others to understand you. But do not let these challenges hold you back. And let's explore some tips that will help you improve your pronunciation in order to speak more confidently. First, you can try shadowing, a technique where you listen to a native speaker say something and try to imitate them to match their tone, rhythm, and intonation. You should also identify the sounds in English that are difficult for you and practice them repeatedly. If you can try to speak English with another person so you can get real time feedback as you speak with them. And also, you can try cool apps and websites that have audio recordings that show you how to say words or sentences. That will help you in order to improve your pronunciation skills. And last but not least, you have to pay attention how you stress syllables and how you use raising and falling tones when you speak English. Clear and accurate pronunciation can help you communicate more effectively and be better understood by others. So do not be afraid to practice and do not be afraid to make mistakes also. And now my classmate Maria Jose Denisis will be talking about grammar and writing skills.
Thank you, Marcelo. So we can say that writing is essential because we are always writing. For example, we are writing text messages, we are writing emails, we are writing essays if we are studying, for example, in college or in high school. Um, let's say it's also a fantastic way to get better at English. You learn new words, you practice your grammar, but you also develop your critical thinking and communication skills, which means that once you learn to write, you also learn to communicate how you're feeling, how or what are your ideals, sorry. And if you haven't written anything in your life, the best advice we can give you is to start small and simple, which means start with short sentences and easy to understand paragraphs. That will help you to feel less overwhelmed about all this writing thing. Once you finish, you can ask someone you trust for their feedback, and do not feel discouraged if their feedback is bad, because feedback will always be or good or bad. And also remember that writing is a skill, so it needs lots of practice. And if you are writing already and you are having a hard time coming with ideas to write about, you can try writing prompts, you go to Google, you write down writing prompts, and there will be always be lots of web pages from where you can choose anything you want to write about. And lastly, have fun with it. Writing is unique, special way to express yourself and explore new ideas. So enjoy the process and let your creativity shine. And grammar, I'll talk now about grammar. Learning grammar might be one of the most challenging parts about learning English or any other languages. However, it's achievable with the right approach. Um, there's lots of resources online, for example, YouTube channels or educational web pages or even books from where you can choose to practice. Um, if you are starting to learn English, you should also start with the basics like verb tenses, sentence structures, or pronouns. And then while you go step by step, you learn new things. Um, you can practice also tongue twisters to improve your pronunciation, but your grammar as well. And if you are not feeling very confident about your grammar, you can use grammar checker tools to help identify areas that you need improvement. And lastly, do not be afraid to ask for help. Enroll in English courses to learn English grammar in a supportive environment. And now my classmate Nara is going to talk about the resources that I talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Maho. Now I will be talking about some educational resources to make learning English more fun and always at hand. We suggest checking out some apps. The first one is called Duolingo. It is one of the best ones for beginners. It is the most downloaded educational app and with over 500 million users, making it the most popular language learning platform. It is a fun app that's excellent if you're getting started in a language, teaching you the foundations of grammar and vocabulary of a language, and it can help you develop regular studying habits. But the thing about Duolingo is that it's not going to take you to an advanced or fluent level, so it is best to supplement it with a different resource. It can be accessed from different platforms or devices like your computer or your cell phone. And it features short activities which get increasingly more difficult as you progress to higher levels. And these short lessons allows you to learn whenever you have free time so you can fit your learning around your daily life with less lessons based on listening, speaking, reading, and writing. You can pretty much get a well-rounded education with Duolingo. And the next app is called Drops. It is best for visual learners and learning vocabulary. Drops is a fun app that is visually appealing and that uses game-like sessions and pictures to teach you new words every day. Through repetition, Drops attempts to make you quickly memorize vocabulary. With each learning session, you learn vocabulary with micro games. These games have different formats such as mini crossword, puzzles, word construction text, and image match. And the next app is called Lyrica, and it is best for learning a language with music. It is a paid app that focuses on listening comprehension, vocabulary, and grammar. It also elaborates on important common phrases, explaining colloquialisms, and providing interesting facts about the language that you want to learn. It has different levels and it teaches you things such as making affirmative sentence into negative or expressing misunderstandings. It is surprisingly effective at supporting comprehension and memorization. Now I'll pass the word to my classmate Azucena.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will start talking you about two apps. The first one is Moodly, best for helping you remember specific phrases. Okay, and Moodly is a platform
and comprising a website and several different apps that help people learn foreign languages. So you can learn more than English and using an innovative and highly gamified approach. Based on the methodology that Mondelez used that combines vocabulary and phrases learning with a state-of-art speech recognition and chatbot. Monthly and focus on the conversation of the practical topic and real life conversation, so everyone will learn only that matters most and gets fluent faster. The apps teach you everything from basic conversation to business content for personal improvement. The other app that I will recommend you is Memrise, best for learning to speak casually in a new language or word and word association. Like the name suggests, Memrise help to memorize things using a technique called spaced repetition. This means that Memrise keeps track of the words you have trouble remembering, and a study showing that the effectiveness of spaced repetition as a language learning technique. The pros of this app that I highly recommend you is method backed up by solid science and includes videos from native speakers. And then the second slide, please. Thank you. Now I will start recommending you YouTube channels. The first one is Preply, channels that include a lot of research for learning English. The second one is BBC Learning English, that is a popular YouTube channel. It's serviced by the British government, and each video has been produced by full team of experts rather than just one enthusiast. Then we have English Class 101. This channel is especially good at explaining grammar rules and common expression and practice the conversation. Then we have Jennifer ESL, ISL, sorry. Viewers can follow their pre-planned courses or choose from variety of playlists and each addressing a specific aspect of English. And the last one is To Fluency, is a channel for people interested in language learning strategies, and there are interesting videos of various topics from phrasal verbs and car vocabulary. I highly recommend you, especially in case that you want to improve your British accent, is the BBC Learning English. You can find a lot of resources for teachers too. And just this, that's all. And now I will pass the word to my classmate Montserrat. She will talk about more about the websites that I already told you.
Yes, thank you. So, why are YouTube channels a useful tool for learning? There might be some of you that might still be hesitating about whether using YouTube is beneficial, but YouTube is backed up by science. There are research that shows that YouTube provides information that it's helpful to improve your pronunciation, to expand your vocabulary, and also to understand diverse cultures. Because back in the day, learning English used to be more difficult because you have to go in face-to-face classes. But nowadays, you can do it by yourself just by searching videos on YouTube that are about the specific topic that you want to address, or even just by reading in some website. So now I'll pass again the word to Nara. Thank you.
Thank you, Monte. Now I will be talking about some websites. The first one is called Preply, and Preply is a language learning platform that helps you get engaging, tailor-made classes that cover all aspects of English. Using Preply's innovative search filters, you can quickly find online English tutors within your budget who have a specific accent or are specialized in a specific area that you want. All the English tutors in Preply's global network focus on getting you speaking to the next level. And one-on-one tutoring. If you want an online tutor undivided attention, Preply can connect you with teachers who are experts in giving one-on-one English lessons. After finding your perfect tutor using Preply's search tools, you can follow a learning plan that they have designed specifically for you. Now I'll pass the word to my classmate Cecia Gaona.
Thank you, Nara. The next one is British Council. Despite initially only providing in person English lessons via its schools, the British Council now has an online language learning platform offering free classes. It's called Live 25 Sessions, cover various grammar points such as modal of abilities and superlatives at set times during the week. These 25-minute presentations are given by real life tutors and let you ask questions via the live chat function. But despite claiming to be free, you must first attend a group or a private class before you can book a live 25 session. The British Council self-study platform costs around 5.99 euros, about $7.30 per month. The next one is called Dave's SL Cafe. Although Dave's SL Cafe is primarily a forum for teachers and students, the site has free educational materials. You can access short grammar explanations, pages containing definitions of English slang, and multiple choice quizzes. And the last one is BBC Learning English. The BBC has been helping people learn languages since 1943. Consequently, it's unsurprising that its website, BBC Learning English, gives you access to quality educational materials. It has video lessons, writing shows, multiple choices quizzes, and articles that cover various topics, including news, stories, strange vocabulary, and pronunciation. Unfortunately, there are no interactive speaking classes, but for people who want to self-study course, this is one of the best free websites for learning English. And now I'm going to be passing the word lastly to Maria Jose, who's going to give you the conclusion.
So, as you can read in the presentation, learning English by yourself can be a rewarding and empowering experience. However, it also requires a lot of motivation, discipline, and persistence. You should always set realistic and specific goals for yourself. You should monitor your progress and achievements and reward yourself for your efforts. And most important, or the best advice we can give to you all is that you should always enjoy the process and have fun with the language. And thank you for listening to us. And we hope that you enjoyed the next presentations.
Thank you very much, our dear presenters. That was a very interesting topic, don't you think so? So thank you very much for all your kind work and the amazing topic you chose to present to us today. So I'm calling for the next presenters to be prepared. And in the meanwhile, I want to remind you of some news and things that we need to remember. For all the audience watching through your computers, your laptops, your cell phones right now, to all the students, we are going to have a certification for the participation on this symposium. So please remember that tomorrow, after all the presentations are done at 8 p.m., more or less, we are going to have access In our website that I'm going to tell you in a second, all the links and all our social media, we are going to have access to an evaluation form that you can complete and evaluate all the symposium. And please allow 15 labor days to those certificates to be sent to your email addresses. So please pay attention to fill out that form, to fill out that evaluation form, and to be also checking your emails in 15 days or so. Yes, I want to also remind you of all our social media. We have our website, which is www.fil.una.py. We also have a Facebook page, and we are live through our Facebook page, actually. So you can go and watch it from there, and maybe comment some questions that you may have over there. We are in Facebook as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Oficial, so you can check out our Facebook page. We also have an Instagram account, and you can follow us, please, as Instituto Superior de Lenguas PY, all together. And we have a LinkedIn account, and you can find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay. Yes, so please check out our social media. Remember, all the participants, all the students, all the audience watching us right now, that you are going to need to fill out the evaluation form tomorrow at the end of all the presentations. So without further ado, I want to introduce to the next topic of the evening. It is evening ready. So it is going to be called A Trip to the Consecutive Interpretation World by fourth year students that are Senia Ortiz and Andrea Villamayor. So are all the presenters ready?
Hello, everybody. Yes,
Hello.
we're both here. Yeah. Good evening.
So the stage is yours. Be welcomed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to start sharing our screen now.
So we are having some technical issues. We are going to wait for Senia and for Andrea to be ready. And please remember that we are going to have 2 more presentations today, and we are going to continue also tomorrow, Friday, in the second day of this 2024 English Symposium. So Senia, Andrea, just let me know when you are ready, when you have your screen ready to be shared. Just let me know. And in the meanwhile, I want to also thank, we are very grateful for all the presenters, all the students that are making this effort, this investigation, this research, this are taking the time to present these amazing topics, to share with us all this knowledge.
What is wrong?
And guess you are ready? Just a little more, a little longer, please. We are having some technical issues. That happens everywhere. Don't worry, everybody. We are going to continue in a few seconds. And there we are. Not yet.
Sorry.
There we are.
We think internet can smell. Please bear with us. Okay.
We can see the screen, but we cannot hear you, Senia and Andrea. So if you need any kind of help, just let us know so we can help you maybe with the presentation, with video. We are going to do our best to help you. All right, so in the meanwhile, let me speak about again. Just in the meanwhile, they are trying to fix the issue. I want to also remind you that on November 18, 19, 20th, and 21st, this November, we are going to have el quinto Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada through our YouTube channel, and I already gave you our the YouTube. I didn't actually. I'm going to give you the YouTube channel, the name. So if you are interested, you can call for papers processes. Please contact us through our media, our social media. And remember that we have a deadline, which is October the 7th. So if you are interested in the part of this Paraguayan Congress of Lingüística Aplicada, please contact us. And we also have some graduate programs that the ISL offers, and they all start in March. So also please contact us if you have more questions, if you want further information. Don't doubt and contact us, write us. We are going to help you with that. We have a master's degree on teaching English as a foreign language. We have a maestría en lenguaje, bilingüismo e interculturalidad. And we have a especialización en didáctica de las lenguas extranjeras y de las segundas lenguas. So if you are interested in that, we are going to help you with all the information that is needed and all the processes that are needed to be part of these upcoming events. So Andrea, Senia? All right. And also, if you were not paying attention before, tomorrow at the end of the symposium at 8 p.m. or so, we are going to have available an evaluation form for all the participants, for all the audience that are watching us right now. And you are going to receive a certification, and you have you will have access to evaluate the symposium, but you have to allow 15 labor days to those certificates be sent to your email addresses. So please pay attention to that. Please pay attention to to fill out the evaluation. That is important to fill out. And remember that it's going to be available tomorrow at 8 at the end of the symposium.
Okay, I think we're finally ready. We're so sorry for the technical
It's okay.
issues,
Things
but
happen.
here we Yeah, so we're going to
Okay.
start now.
Thank you,
Please let
Xenia.
us
Thank you,
know.
Andrea.
Okay,
The
can
stage
you
is
see
yours.
our screen?
We can, yes.
Perfect. So we are Xenia Ortiz, Andrea Villamayor, and our presentation is our road to consecutive interpreting. This is directed to students, students that want to improve or practice their interpreting skills. So we're going to start now. Here we go. So, in order to start, what is consecutive interpreting? So, consecutive interpreting involves listening to what someone has to say, and then when that person finishes talking, reproducing the same message in another language. The speech that a person uses may be anything between a minute or 20 minutes in length. So the job of the interpreter relies heavily on a combination of notes, memory skills, and general knowledge about vocabulary to recreate his or her own version of the original text. In order to differentiate, we also have simultaneous interpreting. So, as the name suggests, simultaneous interpreting is interpreting done simultaneously, meaning at the same time as another speaker. Because this relies less on memory, it's used for longer speeches. Though interpreters that use this system generally swap out with every partner every 30 minutes or so. Um, where do we use simultaneous interpreting? We use it, for example, in the UN, in parliament, in diplomatic bodies, or press conferences. It's also used in live performances and concerts where you can see people interpreting. And it often relies on equipment. The interpreter listens to the speaker through headphones, and then the interpreter interprets the speech into a microphone for their listeners. So this relies on equipment. Now, back with consecutive interpreting, which is the topic of our presentation, it has a few contexts where it is used. Some of them are medical appointments, the most common ones, legal proceedings, business or diplomatic meetings, and conferences. We can also find consecutive interpreting in ceremonial speeches, for example, meaning after dinner speeches at banquets or speeches to open receptions are classic examples. For example, you will find a host that will want to say a few words to the guest, and the guest will want to reply. So there is where the interpreter comes and does the job. Then we have, for example, visit guides or tours that happens with business or technical visits to other countries, interpretation of explanation of industrial processes. Then we have accompanying agricultural experts on farm tours and interpreting in social and touristic programs for visitant groups. So consecutive interpreting requires excellent memory, note-taking skills, and a large vocabulary. Interpreters facilitate communication in a variety of situations where simultaneous interpretation equipment is not available. So it's very important. Sometimes, of course, you will find yourself in an old-fashioned meeting room, for example, where you have to interpret consecutively what the participants have to say to one another across the table. So that would be a very, very common situation where interpretation takes place. And as a historical background, before World War II, conference interpreting meant consecutive interpreting because simultaneous interpreting and the equipment to make it possible had not yet been invented. So the standard was consecutive interpreting for international meetings of every kind. Simultaneous interpreting came along after World War II, and by the 70s, it had overtaken consecutive as the main form of conference interpretation. That's why we mentioned, for example, the US and the parliament Now it's more common to see simultaneous interpreting. However, there's a lot of people who consider consecutive interpreting as a very, very important, even I think the most important uh, manner of interpreting.
Okay, so now I'll take over to talk a little bit about the preparation process from the student point of view. I would like to start with this quote that says, "One cannot achieve a high level of competence in interpreting only by attending timetable interpreting classes. That's why students have to practice outside class time." So, with interpreting, everything is about practice. And here we have some tips on how to practice. Mainly practice often. It is a good idea to practice in little chunks every day rather than practicing 8 hours in one day. So it's better to practice 30 minutes every day or twice a day. Then we have practice in short sessions so as not to exhaust yourself because we interpreters cannot function if we are tired. Then don't only interpret. Interpreting is a combination of skills. You listen and then you have to speak. So you can exercise your skills in isolation. You can practice them in isolation, watching a movie in English, listening to music, talking to yourself in English. Then we have practice with an aim. You can set yourself an aim for each practice session. Like, for example, today or this week, I'm going to concentrate on good delivery. If you practice delivery skills in isolation, for example, you can make significant and visible progress in a matter of days or weeks rather than focusing on everything. It's harder to see progress that way. Then think about your work. You should also take a break. That's very important. Don't force yourself. Start interpreting into your best language, in the language that you feel more confident in. It's also a good idea to practice in groups. Then shake it up. Shake it by what I mean by shaking it up is practicing with different people. Make it interesting and new every time. Listen to each other. Always listen with a particular criteria in mind. For example, is the delivery good? Do the main points make sense? Is the language register appropriate? And try to listen for only one or two of these criteria, and not always all of them at once. Also, be a listener. Work with listeners that need interpretation. That's another good one because it is very useful to have a real listener who really needs the interpreter to understand the speech. Lastly, get non-interpreters involved. This one is connected with point 14, where with people that really need it, so they can give you an honest feedback. Then we move on to speech difficulty because there are different types of speeches and different difficulties. We have here a graduation of speech difficulty according to Selskovic and Lederer. We always start at a familiar topic. Familiar topics are easier. We have to take into account what materials we use to practice. Choose practice materials that match the course stage and the interpreting skill level. At the beginning, you should avoid complex or fast-paced content like parliamentary debates or news broadcasts, which are like too dense and not suitable for interpretation practice. We're talking about practicing first. Most online speeches may also be too difficult, so you should start with simpler materials and then gradually increase difficulty. How do we do that? Narrative speeches are easier according to this graduation speech difficulty, and then we move on to argumentative speeches. After the familiar topic, the next level of difficulty is a new topic. And we also part from the narrative speech to the argumentative speech. And then the most difficult is the stylistically sophisticated speech. And again, a familiar topic is easier than a new topic. Then we have topics that require preparation, descriptive speeches that require terminological preparation, and rhetorical speeches. This is on one hand, and then on the other hand, we have this other graduation of speech difficulty according to only letterer, and it's similar to the previous one. This is divided in two parts: the subject progression that starts with practical, and then we go to abstract, and then expressive being the most difficult one. And regarding speech type progression, we again start with narrative, the easiest one. We go to an argumentative speech, the descriptive speech, and the expressive speech. So all in all, we can say that expressive speeches are more challenging to choose one word. So here I have a little activity for us to interact. I have two speeches. This is a speech A. It's you feel free to read it by yourselves. This is a speech on the Deepwater Horizon oil platform disaster that took place in 2012. Yeah. So I don't want to give out my answer yet, because my question for the people that are attending this presentation is, which one do you consider to be more difficult? Speech A that we have here, and then we have speech B that is shorter. So you can feel free to leave comments or open your mics. I don't know. You feel free to interact in the way that you feel comfortable. And
we can give a
some
time
hints.
frame or 1 minute, so you can read speech A and then 1 minute for speech B, if that's good for you. And then we can open like our mics or the comment section so we can read your thoughts.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and read it for you guys. It says, "Good evening. As we speak, our nation faces a multitude of challenges. At home, our top priority is to recover and rebuild from recession that has touched the lives of nearly every American. Abroad, our brave men and women in uniform are taking in the fight to Al Qaeda wherever it exists. And tonight, I've returned from a trip to the Gulf Coast to speak with you about the battle we're waging against an oil spill that is assaulting our shores and our citizens." The rest of the speech is homework for you guys. So I'm going to go to the next one so I don't take too long, taking into account our technical issues. We have speech B, that, as I mentioned, is shorter. It says, "We gather every year in here strip and in Commonwealth cemeteries across the world to remember those who fought and fell in combat. We gather today in solemnity and with dignity to contemplate the sacrifice of those who went before, a sacrifice which ensured that we meet today in freedom and with hope. And the cemetery are interred in the remains of soldiers, sailors, and airmen from the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, undivided India, and Poland. We honor their memory." So, ready or not, here we go with the answer. According to the graduation scales that we saw, the speech A might be considered a narrative on a familiar subject, according to the Stelzkovich and Lederer scale that I presented before, or as practical and narrative. I'm talking about speech A. So, because it tells the story of events and the president's movements. Familiar because anyone reading the newspaper in 2010 would have seen countless articles on this subject. And practical because it describes events in straightforward, non-abstract terms. So this speech could be considered as relatively easy as a practice material. Then regarding speech B, it can be considered difficult because according to Stelzkovich and Lederer, it is a high register and or expressive rhetoric. And according to the Lederer scale, it will also be difficult because it is abstract and it is expressive.
So yeah, even if the second one is shorter, it is considered more difficult because of those reasons. Then we have the skills that are required to put into practice interpreting. Mainly language proficiency. We need to have a high proficiency ensures that interpreters can accurately capture the meaning, the tone, and the nuances of the source language. Interpreters need to understand and convey subtext, humor, and emotional undertones. So, a deep knowledge of both languages allows for quick adaptation and reformulation of sentences to make sense in the target language. For example, a medical interpreter needs to know specific medical terminology in both languages to avoid misunderstandings that could potentially affect patient care. And then we have legal interpreters that must understand legal jargon and procedures to accurately convey information during the court proceedings. Another skill that is, before we go to the skills, we have some tips to improve our language proficiency. We can try general knowledge collocation activities. We can get the news in multiple formats. If you like to read the news, then you can also try listening to the news. Read specialist magazines. If you want to delve deeper into medical, you read about medical, you have financial, legal. Then use the internet in other languages, in your target language. It will help you build vocabulary. And this is my favorite one, talk to yourself, the internal monologue. So if you try to talk to yourself when you're alone, or like your internal monologue is in your target language, you are going to acquire more words and it will feel more natural to you. So now we go to the second skill, memory skills, very important for interpreting, because consecutive interpreting relies heavily on short-term memory, since interpreters need to retain information between pauses and in speech. Improving memory skills is essential for retaining and accurately recalling the content. So the first step to remembering for the interpreter is always listening and understanding. That's like the most important part. If you weren't listening and understanding both cognitively and linguistically, then it's almost impossible to remember anything. So note taking is a tool to help you recall the original speech. We can call it a memory technique. So here I wanted to share some exercises that you can put into practice if you want to improve your memory. This exercise helps practicing memorization and introduces consecutive interpreting. Start with one person reading a simple sentence, which the other repeats or paraphrases in the same language without taking notes. So you need another person to practice. Ideally, as I mentioned before, you should practice in groups, with your study group, for example. So once comfortable, you can move on to longer sentences that still convey a single idea, one single idea. So repeating or paraphrasing them without taking notes. Then you can progress to two simple sentences connected by a logical link and have the other person interpret them. Then I have another one that is visualization. This is a very good one. You can start with short, practical speeches or extracts using visualization to aid memory. Begin with concrete items like a blue shirt, then move on to more abstract concepts like business. And you can use, I don't know, a skyscraper to represent the word that you need to remember, to recall. Then we have generosity, for example. You can picture or you can visualize someone handing out food. Vivid imagery helps recall or recalling. Another very important aspect to take into consideration is delivery. The delivery is supposed to be accurate and fluid.
we are supposed to convey the message as clearly and naturally as possible. Here we have some things to take into account. Voice control. You can improve your voice control by doing breathing exercises or impersonating. I think that sounds more fun. Impersonating, I don't know, whomever you like, the way they talk. Then you have reformulation. And here I presented an activity that I named arbitrarily telling it to grandma. Is when you have a difficult concept or something difficult to understand, and you rephrase that as if you were trying to explain that to your grandma in simple words. Then you can also try defending a controversial viewpoint. This is what we do in debates. Then you have chunking, that is dividing the information into little chunks. You can try this on oral speeches by counting on your fingers, like how many parts does it have what this person just said to me? And you can practice that in your everyday life whenever someone is talking to you. Then we have highlighting links. And that is our introduction to note taking, highlighting links. Do you see how in this speech, only the links are highlighted? However, for example, nevertheless, and in particular, that will help us build on note taking. And then once you have highlighted the links, you note only the links. So you put them on one side of two columns. Why do we do this? To try to identify them and see if they work as memory prompts for you. So some techniques in consecutive interpreting that will be mentioned after this. So why is it important to practice note taking or to actually do it? Because it supports memory. It helps retain key points and reduces the cognitive load. It ensures accuracy. It prevents omission of critical details like names, numbers, and dates. So that is what we need to write down, yes or yes. Names, numbers, dates, things that we cannot get wrong. Then it also facilitates structure. It maintains a logical flow and coherence. And it also enhances focus because it promotes active listening and engagement. So the most common note-taking methods and symbols are vertical note-taking, in which you list ideas sequentially down the page. Then you have diagonal note-taking. This shows relationship between ideas. And then we have the kernel method that divides the page into cues, notes, and summaries. Also, there are some symbols that you can use that are widely known, or you can develop your own. We have arrows and lines that interpreters usually use to indicate relationships or changes. Common symbols are triangle for change, circle for whole, but as an interpreter, you develop your own, you can create your own. Abbreviations are very common, short forms like GOV for government. And then we have numerical notations like symbols for numbers, for percentages, a symbol for money. So the limit is your imagination. Here I have some examples of what I meant with vertical note-taking. You note everything. You can divide with lines, and this is how you take notes if you are doing vertical. Also, is not that you're going to get married with only one method. You can do vertical now, and then on your next call, on your next job, you can feel more comfortable with diagonal. So no one is going to tell you how to do it. Once you start practicing this, you're your own boss. Then we have the diagonal method, which is something like this. And the kernel method, that is something like this. We divide the paper, we have the title, we leave one little section for Q questions, and then the main notes and key thoughts go in the bigger space, and then at the end you have a little summary. So symbols, I found some cute symbols. You are not obliged to use them, but this is just an example. You have the I for I. You have that little symbol for develop. You have a note-taking system based on symbols. So this person created their own symbols, and this is how they are represented. And this is using the diagonal method. So now one more exercise, but now for note taking. You can practice this. It says one word per paragraph exercise. The aim is to practice selecting key information to note. How do we do that? We read a speech transcript and note only one word per section. We already know how to select the appropriate speech for this. That was explained on the previous slides. So once we have our speech, we recreate the speech orally from the notes. Reflect on your word choice. Did it A recall? This exercise helps refine the skill of identifying the most memorable and essential information to note, such as figures and dates. So this is a good way to start practicing how to take notes. And here I prepare a real example of some real notes that a friend so kindly has provided. I don't know if you can see, but all that information is summarized in those notes. You have the words US, that stands for ultrasound, and you have the rest of the information there that you can look at. She uses symbols, she uses circles. You can see a plus symbol there, drawings. I prepare a big one here. So this is in the vertical, it's using the vertical method. One idea below the other one. She still uses symbols. She uses arrows, circles. Now, you can take a moment where I'm talking to try to guess what is she trying to express here? What is she trying to say? Because this is a lot of information summarized
or comprised.
Yes, in just a small piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
A beautiful example of note taking, actually, in my opinion. So the letter E that you see at the beginning stands for epidural. It says for the E, epidural, we're going to put you in an F. She only wrote the letter F. That stands for funny. And then the abbreviation POS for position. It says you're going to B, which stands for push your back out to us. Then it says CL, and then the letter A. We're going to clean the area. And inject L for lidocaine, which it feels like a bee sting. And that's the WP, like the worst part. This is how she uses the abbreviation. If you would like to read the rest and see the rest of the notes, the presentation will be provided afterwards. And to finish up our presentation, we also would like to talk about future trends and innovations in consecutive interpreting. We have digital note-taking nowadays. Tablets and apps like GoodNotes allow for quick, organized notes with features like voice recording and customizable templates. Then we also have mobile apps like Interpret Cloud that provide flexibility for on-the-go interpreting with specialized options for emergency and medical situations.
And lastly, we would like to mention challenges of consecutive interpretation. This is a very challenging job. We have memory pressure because we cannot remember anything. I mean, everything we listen. So we need to rely on our note taking. We need to maintain flow. We need to convey emotion and tone, and we sometimes even we have to deal with multiple speakers at the same time. So it's very challenging, but it's very rewarding at the same time when you do a good job and when you help people to communicate, which is the ultimate goal. And we would also like to mention that there are some ethical considerations which are confidentiality and impartiality. So, confidentiality refers to the ethical obligation of interpreters to protect the information they acquire during their work, because you have to ensure that you do not divulge anything without explicit authorization. And the other principle as neutral conduits, ensuring an unbiased translation of the spoken word, meaning we must not let our personal sentiments, viewpoints, or biases step into the interpretation work. This is very important.
So with that, we finished. Thank you very much for listening and for putting up with us with our technical issues. We're so sorry again. Our main source was book. It was insightful. In case anyone is interested, we had the book available in PDF format, and we us, Andrea and Senia.
Thank you, Senia. Thank you, Andrea. You made me sweat over there. Just kidding. All right. Let's continue with today's presentations. And I'm calling for the next presenters to be prepared for the upcoming topic. And in the meanwhile, I want to remind you of some important news and upcoming events that we are going to have at the ISL. Remember that on the, oh, wait, I'm so sorry. On the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st of November, we are going to have El Quinto Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada through our YouTube channel. And we are in the call for papers process now. So if you would like to present, please contact us. Yes, and remember that we have a due date for that, and it is October the 7th. All right. And we also have some graduate programs at the ISL, and they are starting in March. So for more information, also don't doubt and write us and comment your questions. We are going to be glad to provide more information about that. We have a master's degree on teaching English as a foreign language. We have a maestría en lenguaje, bilingüismo e interculturalidad, and we have a especialización en didáctica de las lenguas extranjeras y de las segundas lenguas. And we also want to remind you of our social media. We have our official website, which is www.fil.una.py. We have our Facebook, and we are also live through Facebook, and we can go there and comment and share the link and hit the like button. Yes. And you can find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Oficial. We have an Instagram account, which is Instituto Superior de Lenguas PY altogether. We have a LinkedIn page, and you can find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay. And I didn't say that before, but we also have a YouTube channel, and you can find us as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay, and we also have amazing videos over there. So go over there and watch our content. So the next topic that is going to be presented today is called Speech and Language Therapy, and is going to be presented by second-year students. They are Ruth Barrios, Candela Jara, Luján Martínez, Simón Salvioni, and Richard Duarte. So if you are over there, dear presenters, are you ready to go?
Hello, everyone. Yes, hello, we are ready.
Hello, everybody. So the stage is yours. Be welcome and thank you for your
very much.
for your topic and your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Candela Ramos. We are second year students, and we're here to present to you a topic that plays an essential role in both the educational success and overall development of students, which is language and speech therapy. This is a specialized field that focuses on assessing, diagnosing, and treating a wide range of communication disorders. These include difficulties with speaking, understanding language, expressing thoughts, and even social communication skills. There are some speech language pathologists who are the professionals that work closely with these individuals to help them overcome these struggles that they have to face, enabling them to communicate more effectively and confidently. Their goal is about giving them the enough resources to succeed academically and socially. So, throughout this presentation, we'll delve into the significance of this therapy in educational settings and how it helps to create a more inclusive learning environment.
Hello, my name is Ruth, and I'll talk about some common language and speech disorder in children. I'll talk about the different types of speech disorders and then the language disorders. First up, we have articulation disorder. This happens when a child has some difficulty, some trouble pronouncing some words. You might notice that they drop sounds and replace them with the incorrect sounds. For example, saying rabbit instead of rabbit. By the age of 2, it's normal that they master certain easier sounds like the P, B, and the M sound, but they might struggle with the trickier sounds like the R, the L, and the TH sound. Then we have fluency disorder, or also called stuttering. This happens when they repeat word or part of words and they use odd pauses when speaking. This is more common around the age of 3 because children at that age usually think faster than what they can speak. But if this persists beyond the 6 months or after the age of 3 or 5, it might need more attention. Then we have voice disorder. The symptoms for this is speaking too loudly or too softly. They have often a lot of hoarseness. And in some cases, when the child speaks too loud, they may develop some small growths on the vocal cords called modules or polyps because of excessive voice stress. Next, we have lisps. We have a few kind here. A dental lisp happens when the tongue pushes against the front teeth, creating a muffled effect for the S and the Z sound. So the sound that comes out, it's a bit unclear. A palatal lisp is when the tongue's center touches the roof of the mouth, or the soft palate when producing S sounds. An interdental lisp is when the tongue pushes forward between the front teeth, causing the S or the Z sounds to resemble the TH sounds, the famous th sound. And then a lateral lisp is when the air escapes the sides of the mouth, making speech sound wet or slushy. And then we have selective mutism. This is a bit different. It is when a child who can normally speak at some situations like at home becomes nearly silent or silent in other settings like at school. Some symptoms include a sudden stillness, frozen facial expression, avoiding eye contact. They might appear more socially awkward, uncoordinated, and in some cases they use gestures instead of speech. Then switching to language disorders, we have three main ones. The first one is receptive language disorder. This happens when the kids has children have more difficulties to understand what is being said to them. They have also trouble following directions, answering questions, and pointing to objects when asked. Then we have expressive language disorder. This is where a child has difficulty finding the right words to express oneself. It's like they know what they want to say but can't quite get it out. They also have trouble forming sentences and starting and maintaining conversations. And finally, we have mixed receptive expressive language disorder. This is a combination of both challenges, and they might struggle to form sentences, they have a limited vocabulary, and very often they use the incorrect word tenses.
Okay, now we have some causes and risk factors. To begin with, there is genetics. Certain genetic disorders, such as, for example, Down syndrome, are known to be linked with delays in speech and language development. These conditions often lead to cognitive impairments that profoundly affect communication skills. Additionally, a family history of speech impairments or language disorders may also increase the likelihood of this occurring in children. Now we have the environmental factors, where the role of early language exposure is also crucial because an insufficient exposure may lead to a delay in language development, whether it is due to social isolation or maybe a limited interaction with caregivers. Furthermore, some socioeconomic status may also have an impact on the access to essential resources, such as, let's say, books or maybe educational toys, which are vital for fostering language development. Now, on the next slide, we have neurological conditions. For example, children that have autism spectrum disorder often encounter challenges in both expressive and receptive language skills. This is because they have different neurological characteristics that impact how they both perceive and how they produce the language. Similarly, children with cerebral palsy may experience speech difficulties that result from motor impairments, which affects the muscles that are used for articulation. And a traumatic brain injury can also lead to speech and language deficits, and this depends on the area of the brain that was affected during an injury or an accident. In addition to these factors, hearing impairments are another crucial aspect to consider because whether they are congenital or acquired, hearing loss may significantly disrupt speech and language development. Children with hearing impairments may struggle to learn and reproduce sounds correctly, which can lead to delays in language acquisition and may also have some difficulties in communication. And on the next slide, we have developmental disorders. They contribute to language and speech challenges as well. It is characterized by difficulties in language acquisition without an obvious cause, which can be like some hearing loss or maybe some intellectual disability. Therefore, children with this condition may face challenges in areas such as grammar, vocabulary, or maybe some sentence structure. And finally, we have other medical conditions. For instance, a cleft palate can cause some speech difficulties because of the anatomical differences that they have in their mouth and in their throat, which affects the articulation process. Similarly, chronic ear infections can lead to temporary hearing loss, and then they also interfere with the speech development, particularly if they are frequent during early childhood, because several episodes of these infections may lead to a long-term damage in the kids.
Hello everyone, I'm Richard Duarte, and continuing with the presentation, I'll be talking about two key aspects of speech and language therapy. I'll be talking about the identification and assessment and also the intervention and strategies. Okay, an early recognition of communication issues by teachers, parents, or healthcare professionals is crucial for timely and effective intervention. One of the earliest indicators of communication disorder is delayed speech development. This is This includes delays in reaching key milestones such as babbling, saying first words, or forming simple sentences. Another common sign is articulation errors, where a child may struggle with producing specific sounds or syllables correctly. And this can lead to a speech that is difficult to understand, even by those who know the child well. Some children may also experience difficulties in both receptive language, which is about understanding what is being said to them, and expressive language using words to convey their thoughts. Initial screening process. Once these indicators are observed, an initial screening is typically conducted. This screening is a crucial first step in the diagnostic process. The screening is usually performed soon after the signs are first recognized, either in educational settings or healthcare environments. The process involves using standardized checklists or brief assessment tools. These tools are designed to quickly and efficiently identify children who may need further evaluation. And what is the goal of this? The primary purpose of this screening is to determine whether there is a need for a more comprehensive assessment. Once initial screening suggests communication difficulties, a formal assessment provide a thorough evaluation of a child's speech and language ability. We usually, the professional usually use a standardized test. The first one that we have is the measurable data. These tests offer objective data on speech and language skills, ensuring results that are reliable and valid. And one of the examples that we have is the preschool language scale. This tool evaluates a child's language abilities, including both understanding and speaking skills. It helps identify specific areas needing attention and guides targeted interventions. Regarding diagnostic tools, these are specialized assessments designed to diagnose specific communication disorders, such as speech sound disorders, language delays, or conditions like autism spectrum disorder. Informal assessments complement and standardized tests by providing insights into naturalistic communication. Uh, when we are talking about informal assessment, we can have an example of language samples involve analyzing spontaneous language, such as storytelling or conversational speech. It offers qualitative data on how the child uses language in everyday situations. We also take as an informal assessment interviews, especially interviews with parents, teachers, or caregivers, which provides additional context about the child's communication in various settings, helping to understand the practical impact of communication difficulties. Now, for the assessing speech mechanisms, we have three important points. The first one is the articulation and phonology, which involves identifying error patterns in speech sounds, such as omissions, substitutions, or distortions, which can affect how well speech is understood. We also need to talk about voice quality. Uh, when we are talking about this, evaluation focused on identifying issues like hoarseness or strains that may impact vocal function and overall communication. And then an important point is also the functional communication assessment, which examines how communication difficulties affect daily life and social interactions, providing insight into the practical impact of speech and language disorders. Okay, when we go through the identification process, we go to the assessment process, and then we have to find a intervention strategy because every case is different. So one of the most common intervention strategies is the articulation therapy. which focuses on improving the ability to produce speech sounds correctly, addressing errors like substitutions, omissions, or distortion to enhance clarity. We also have language therapy, which aims to develop both receptive, which is about understanding, and expressive, when the child is speaking, uh, about these skills, including vocabulary, sentence structure, and comprehension. We also have fluency therapy, which targets issues related to the smoothness of speech, such as stuttering, by employing techniques to improve the speech and reduce interruption in speech. And we also have the AAC, which stands for Augmentative and Alternative Communication and Social Communication Skills, includes tools and strategies to support communication for individuals with significant speech or language impairments. And the last one that we have is the cognitive communication therapy, which addresses communication problems resulting from cognitive impairments, such as memory or executive function issues. All this process of identifying and evaluating communication difficulties early is crucial for delivering effective support and enhancing outcomes for those with communication challenges.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luján Martinez. So now moving on to the case studies, where we have the first case, which was based on the difficulties of receptive language. And it was carried out on a 8-year-old girl called Megan at mainstream primary school. We have some areas of strengths: that she is good at drawing, she enjoys physical activity, but not rules of games, also enjoys watching TV, playing on the computer, and she can follow visual prompts from peer, and her speech is clear, even to those who do not know her. And the areas of needs of her are: she doesn't follow spoken instruction, has difficulty sequencing stories and numbers, gets easily confused, and has poor attention, listening skill, and a weak reading comprehension. Due to her needs, there are some impact on learning, such as limited experience of active involvement in groups, unable to keep up with classroom tasks, and a limited ability to understand narrative, both orally and written. Therefore, there are some applicable strategies. For instance, provide visual support, such as visual time tablets or task plans or pictures, etc. Always get attention before giving instruction, and teachers should monitor their own level of language, speed, and complexity, and break down instruction into short chunks of information. Moving on, we have the second case, which is based on speech difficulty. It was carried out with a boy named Aiden, who is 6 years old, also in mainstream primary school. And we also encounter here some strengths, such as that he enjoys being with friends and he's popular, enjoys doing physical activity and has good grasp and fine motor skills, and also likes building with Lego. Moving on, we have areas of needs. Aiden is completely unintelligible to an unfamiliar listener and may be unaware of its own degree of difficulty. In the next, we find impact on learning. So he is unable to express himself appropriately to his peers and class teachers, and also he has a reduced access to basic literary skills and a limited ability to prove his understanding on the curriculum. Moving on, there are some applicable strategies as well. For example, check that his hearing is within normal limits, and refer to speech and language therapy if possible, and work on listening skills, for example, letters or sounds, to increase the auditory awareness and discrimination.
Now, moving on until the last case study, we have the case of Bradley, an 11-year-old attending into a mainstream secondary school. He is a great example of receptive language difficulty. He has some strengths. He enjoys physical activities and he participates in various sports. He likes being with his friends and he is quite popular with his peers. He also enjoys practical lessons and can copy demonstrations. However, Bradley faces some challenges. He has some poor listening memory. He is slow to process and very often he looks confused. He also has limited vocabulary and he struggles with following directions and learning entirely new concepts. This also affects his learning because he is unable to follow instructions and complete work without help. He also has a lot of struggles with understanding mathematical language and processes, which makes math especially hard for him. He also struggles with generalizing and delays in reading skills. So essentially, all areas of the curriculum are affected. This also impacts on the social development. He is slow to join in conversations and to participate in class discussions. On emotional behavior, he has low self-esteem and lacks of confidence. In the part of organizational needs, he needs additional prompts, visual aids, and practical demonstrations. However, we can help Bradley with some key strategies. For example, first we need to gain his attention and provide clear, concise instructions using plain, simple English. Repeat and rephrase as much as needed to support visually and practically. Also provide task organizers to support memory and independence. Check understanding of key concepts and vocabulary. Explicitly teach prioritize key vocabulary to help expand his limited vocabulary. And lastly, to slow down the pace of delivery so that he can have time to process and to understand.
Okay, so moving on, we are on the role of teacher. Here we will find some strategies that can help create a more inclusive classroom. Since a differentiated instruction is the foundation of an inclusive classroom, because it acknowledges that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to teaching and learning. So after all, we have to keep in mind that we live in a pluralistic society. So some strategies could be a flexible cooperative group, which allows students to work in groups or pairs to share and develop their skills. Also, interactive whiteboards or multimedia. So to make use of technology to prepare lessons that include interactive content, videos, or other multimedia to provide different ways to present information. And also different setting options such as standing desks, which this can increase focus and movement for students who learn better when they are in motion. Another could be soft setting, which is a more relaxed setting, like bean bags or cushions, which can create a comfortable and inviting atmosphere. And or floor setting, mats or rugs can offer an informal area for group discussions or independent work. These strategies may be beneficial in a classroom, as students might get more engaged, demonstrate higher achievement, and may develop a greater sense of community within the classroom. And moving on to the importance of ongoing communication within the therapist and parents. If possible, there should be an early intervention because students with language disorders may have trouble understanding or being understood through all forms of communication, that being verbal, nonverbal, or written. Therefore, there must be a regular communication where teachers should establish a consistent line of communication with their speech and language therapists. So this could involve scheduled meetings or regular emails updates to discuss the students' progress, and support and encouragement in order to build trust. If possible, teachers should work with therapists to understand the specific goals in order to find ways to integrate this into classroom activities. For example, if a student is working on articulation, the teacher might incorporate specific sounds or words into spelling or reading activities. Moreover, teachers must also engage with parents. They should maintain some regular contact to keep parents informed about their child's progress in school. And again, this can be done through meetings, phone calls, or any other communication apps. And last but not least, teachers should provide parents with approaches which are being used in the classroom that they parents can also implement at home in order to reinforce the students' learning and development. And vice versa, teachers may be receptive to the parents' concerns or observation about their child's communication skills. So collaborating with them and the therapists to address any challenges or adjustments needing the support in the student support plan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Simon Salviani, and let's continue talking about tools and resources. So, to move on, let's dive into some options we have for tools and resources, from assessment tools to professionals' help. Okay, so let's start with assessment. These are standardized tests that help us to measure specific communication skills and language development, so we can identify strengths and areas needing support in therapy. Also, with checklists, we can track speech and language milestones in order to have an intervention planning and monitoring progress. Here we have some online available options, such as the Rossetti Infant Toddler Language Scale and the CASL. We also have some free options that it's called the Communication Trust. Moving forward, we have therapeutic materials. Well, with these materials, we can provide interactive tools for practicing speech and language skills while enhancing therapy through engaging exercises. Interactive games are also some excellent options to make sessions more enjoyable while targeting specific speech and language goals, focusing on the improvement of motivation and participation. We have online apps such as Speech Therapy for Apraxia and I Say Hello. These are pay options, but we also have some that are free, and that we can mention one. It is called Word Vault. Moving on, let's talk about assistive technology. We cannot deny the importance of technologies nowadays, can we? Therefore, communication boards and speech generating devices can definitely facilitate communication for individuals with limited verbal skills, allowing users to express themselves and engage in daily activities with more ease and confidence. Producing speech through technology significantly enhances communication abilities for those with severe speech impairments. For this matter, we have sites such as Mommy Speech Therapy or free training on platforms like EDX. And finally, but not least, professional aid and development. Training programs or online courses contribute the skills and knowledge of speech and language therapists, covering a range of SLT topics. We also have resource libraries, which provides access to valuable tools, research articles, and practical materials to support effective therapy practices. We have available programs at ASHA workshops and Carnage Speech. And for free options, we have online courses again from EDX. Let me change the slide. So you may wonder now, what about Paraguay, right? What can we find here? So since the introduction of the academic program in 2007, speech language pathology, more known as fonoaudiology in Paraguay, has experienced substantial growth. At first, only 14 professionals received training in other countries, but now there are approximately 700 professionals in different fields. The need is greatest in speech and language fields, especially in pediatric environments. But the career is growing to include all ages, ranges, and various medical specialties like audiology and swallowing issues. While the profession is still young, with 17 years since the first locally trained graduate, it demonstrates great potential for further development, supported by ongoing professional development opportunities and a growing community of dedicated practitioners. So, in order to mention some options, we have the Centro de Especialidades de Salud Integral, CESI, where it is provided a variety of healthcare services through its Centro de Medicina Física y Rehabilitación and Centro de Salud Mental. They offer expert services in fields like trauma and neurological rehab, hydrotherapy, early pediatric intervention, as well as different therapeutic services like physical medicine, psychology, and speech language pathology. You can make an appointment through WhatsApp or in person through their website. Then we can mention also scenarios. They perform tasks of prevention, detection, diagnosis, and treatment of oral and written communication, voice and hearing problems, as well as training of trans and multidisciplinary teams. Intervention modality is personalized and or in groups according to the user needs. We also can mention el Centro Terapéutico de la Asociación Esperanza para el autismo, which offers evaluation, diagnosis, and follow-up services in the different areas of neurology, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and psychology. We can also mention some others more commonly known as Instituto de Previsión Social, the IPS, right? And Teletón. So, in order to conclude, we understand and we acknowledge the importance of taking into account how communication disorders should be identified and assessed properly at early ages or stages in order to contribute and develop effective, individualized intervention strategies. We cover some common disorders and case studies as to exemplify the risk factors and how the collaborative aid of educators plays an important role in supporting SLT efforts. Through diverse tools and resources, SLT professionals are able to enhance communication skills and overall the quality of life. Let's not forget how continued development is a must in order to stay updated with the latest advancement and technologies so we can create a positive impact on people's life. In order to conclude, we would like to share this beautiful quote we came across that express to effectively communicate, we must realize that we are all different in the way we perceive the world and use this understanding as a guide to our communication with others. From Tony Robbins. So, guys, thank you very much. Here, I'm gonna just skip this part. These are all the references that we consulted for this presentation. And thank you very much. I appreciate the time. And if you have any doubts or inquiries, please let us know.
All right, thank you, dear presenters. It was an amazing topic, and it was a very useful and informative topic to share with all the audience here tonight. So, last not least, we have an amazing guest that is going to speak about ethical AI use, and it is Mr. David Evers. And as he is getting ready to speak about this amazing topic, the last of this first day of this English symposium, I would like you to remind you that we have social media and we have an official website, which is www.fil.una.py. And actually, we have some information about the topics presented today and that are going to be presented also tomorrow on the second day of this symposium. We have some information, some tips, some slides to help you remember all the topics that our dear presenters shared with us. And we are going to keep that page updated so you can have access to all this information. We are also live on Facebook, so go over there and make your comments and share the video and hit the like button. So you can also find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Oficial. We have an Instagram account, which is Instituto Superior de Lenguas PY altogether. We have a LinkedIn account, and you can find us over there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay. And then we have also a YouTube channel with a lot of interesting videos and also topics and information. And you can find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay. And before our dear guest is going to speak about his amazing topic tonight, I would like to speak about a little bit about his experience. Mr. Evers, David Ariel Evers, is a lecturer from Educational Psychology in the English Language Program of the Instituto Superior de Lenguas. His emphasis lies on reflective accounts of educational and social issues. His education on psychology, English language, and education has been pivotal in the fulfillment of his role as a professor at diverse learning centers. So, Mr. Evers, thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for your time and effort. And if you are ready, this virtual stage is yours to share your knowledge and this topic, ethical AI use, with us.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, Victoria.
Thank
Let me go ahead and share my screen. Unfortunately, I believe you cannot see me and you can only hear my voice. But if there are any sort of questions or anything like that,
We can see you, Mr. Everest.
I'm sorry?
We can see you.
Yes, but once I start sharing, I don't know if you will continue to see me.
We can still see you. Yes, it's all
Oh,
right.
great, fantastic. Okay, great. Sure. So I am going to be talking based on my experience in working with AI tools, developing AI tools, and my contact with a lot of AI tools and plagiarism prevention techniques that I've had throughout my studies and throughout my work. I am by no means any sort of expert on this subject. I am just here to share my insights and to maybe clear some doubts and offer some helpful advice. Um, some of that based on other wonderful professors in the ISL also, which we all have many WhatsApp groups. Some of these ideas are stolen from the WhatsApp group. Unfortunately, I don't remember who said what, but yeah, know that not all of these ideas are mine. Some of them are from other wonderful professors at the ISL and other students as well, students and teaching assistants. So, to finish, I'm a MA in Digital Literacies, Culture, and Education from the University of Sheffield. And first, before I start, I would like to thank the organizers of the symposium for this space. So let me go ahead and present the why, the why of this presentation. We've had already some wonderful tips and tricks on how to use AI tools effectively in the class, which was wonderful, by the way. But my presentation is to focus on what AI tools actually are and what they are not, and their possible uses exclusively in academic level production and academic level assignments. Because I want to pay special focus on how to prevent plagiarism and fraud, and at the same time incentivize other faculty, administrators, coordinators to take the leap and use AI tools so that, first of all, you understand them, then you know how students can cheat with them, and you also know how to prevent the cheating and how to actually use AI tools effectively and productively for all your classes, I believe. I'm gonna make sure I have the comments open so that I can see your questions. Hopefully this will work. Okay, perfect. So what am I going to do? I'm going to talk about AI first, what it is and what it is not, because we have a very broad understanding of AI based on science fiction, which is not what we have in reality. I'm going to dive a little deeper into plagiarism, plagiarism prevention, and how we need to basically reapply the policies that we already have. In my opinion, I believe there's no need for policy changes or anything like that. Plagiarism is plagiarism. Cheating is cheating. Unfair advantages are unfair advantages. Those definitions have not changed, only the tools have changed. And to finish my presentation, I'm going to give you some examples of assignments and some more in depth than others into how to achieve, on the one side, assignments that cannot be completed with AI, and on the other hand, assignments that you could motivate students to use AI in an ethical way, not to commit plagiarism, but to actually produce better work. So let's start first with the demystification of AI. Sorry for the very pretentious title, but there is AI and there is what we have in reality. AI, or artificial intelligence, only exists in movies, only exists in Terminator, Aliens, iRobot, and science fiction, basically. What we have in our reality is AI in quotation marks. What we have is specific tools for specific tasks, same as any other carpentry tool, or as any other calculator, car, or any other technological advancement. These are all exclusively tools. And second of all, the AI acronym, which stands for artificial intelligence, um, in my opinion, and in many other people who are much more qualified than me to speak on the topic, these tools are absolutely not intelligent at all. They are very often wrong. They are completely and utterly uncreative. It is impossible for an AI to create anything new. They can only generate a response. So I'm going to talk about a little bit more about that. So in order to better understand what these tools are, they are basically a very complicated set of algorithms based on statistics that are applying statistics, especially large language models, which are just a continuous choosing which is the best word to put after the others. There are many other types, but we are mainly going to focus on large language models for this presentation. So, like I mentioned before, large language models are inherently uncreative. They cannot create, they can only generate based on the vast amount of information, vast amount of text that they have been trained on. So what happens in layman's terms is that we have the AI read much more information than any single person could read in their entire lifetime in a couple of seconds, and actually be able to, in a limited manner, process that information and present it to you in a coherent manner. So it is very important that we forget that anybody is going to lose a job, that educators are not going to have to educate anymore, or that AI is going to take over our job. Because with every single tool that we've had throughout history, we've had this same view. Things are going to change. Some things are going to be easier to do. And the way we adapt to those things, and the faster we adapt to those things, the better prepared we're going to be to react to any problems that appear in the future. And here are some examples. When the printing press appeared and books became widespread, the need for learning how to write didn't stop. When calculators appeared, the need for mathematicians didn't stop. When Excel appeared, accountants found a new tool to make their job easier. That's what these tools are supposed to do. They are supposed to make our jobs easier so we can spend less effort for more productivity. AI then is just one more tool under our belt. So, both students and professors, we have to understand them, and most importantly, understand what the benefits of their use are and what the constraints of their use are. Basically, their pros and cons, just like any other tool. Now, when in general we talk about AIs, we are actually referring to many different specific things. These are just some examples of applications of AI. Some of these were already mentioned in the wonderful presentation about AI tools for English teachers. We have what we are going to focus on for this presentation, which are large language models, which are basically text response generators. But there are also other types of AI. We have image generators, which I've also used during my EFL and ESL classes, which are the most known are DALI and Midjourney. We also have something that is going to become more and more common, which are agents. We may know Siri and Cortana, for example, which can alleviate the burden of your day-to-day tasks. You can ask Siri to do your shopping. You can ask Siri for specific things. You can ask Siri to think about what to eat based on what you ate yesterday because you don't want to decide. And this is basically another form of AI. And then there are other more specialized types like power grid managers, traffic managers, and specific very complex programs for industry specific needs, because a computer is able to react to a potentially catastrophic problem in less than a second, which is different from the reaction time of an actual human being, and they can process a much vaster amount of information. That's why they're used to manage power grids, and in some countries and specific cities, they're also used to manage traffic based on volume, based on time of day, etc., etc. So we've seen what is AI and what it is not, in very, very broad terms. So let's go into what we as professors and as students, I am both a student and a professor, need to be aware of in order to be able to maintain academic integrity for our students and for ourselves. So this, I am absolutely not assuming that professors don't know what this is. This is just so that we all have the same frame of mind and we all understand what we're talking about. When I mean plagiarism, I mean all of the different ways in which a person may do something to receive benefits that they should not have earned, like cheating, like stealing work and presenting it as your own, copying, or gaining any other sort of unfair advantage. Students don't need AI to do this, but all of these things can be done with the help of AI tools. So what do we do? A student can do all of these things by searching the internet, by asking a large language model, by just taking a research paper, translating it to a different language, and presenting it to our own. So the same policies that we apply for those kinds of cheating, those kinds of plagiarism, and the same consequences should be applied to plagiarism through the means of AI tools. So, how do we stop plagiarism in general, just in general, without referring to AI. Normally, we stop plagiarism in three ways: by preventing plagiarism in the first place, by making it difficult in order for students to cheat, by detecting and reacting when we find instances of plagiarism, or by deterring um, the further use of AI tools. So, how do we translate these things that we already do to establish strategies that help us deal with students just doing their assignments through ChatGPT? So, in order to prevent plagiarism through AI use, the first thing a professor needs to ask themselves is, can your exam or the questions in your exam or the topics in your exam be easily found online? If they can be easily found online, it will be particularly easy for an AI to generate all of the necessary answers that it needs to generate, even in advance, even if the exam is in person. Um, so the preferable thing would be to have something new, for your questions to be about reflection, creation, application of knowledge, and things like that. So that these questions or these assignments are harder for the AI to help you cheat, or even impossible for the AI to help you cheat. How can it be impossible for an AI to do something? Well, very easily. An AI cannot create something new. An AI has no experience in any subject matter at all. So if you ask a student to reflect on their experience and explain their process of their thinking process, for example, that is something an AI will never be able to do. And in the other category for detection and reaction to plagiarism, the first thing, at least in my experience, that most of us professors do is we suspect that there was some form of cheating. Usually because the result for this specific assignment doesn't match previous productions of the student, or doesn't match average productions of the students. So the first thing we usually have is a suspicion. A suspicion is absolutely not enough and has never been enough to change the grade of a student. And that's why we need forms of verifying if the student has actually cheating. How do we verify? We make sure we have several different methods to either confirm that the student has cheated many times, or to be able to say, no, this was a false positive, or this was just my mistake. The student actually applied itself, and I can see from the evidence that the student has actually done the work, and things like that. So one specific way to do this that I find is incredibly useful is to have some sort of history of progress. And one way to do that is, for example, through Google Docs. If the student gives you editing access, and you can see the entire edit history, and you can see when the student just had two main ideas, and then you can see how those ideas transformed into a rough outline, and then they transform into a very solid skeleton, and then they transform into a very rough draft, and you can see the progress, you can see the editing history. Then you know that an AI is not capable of doing that. On the other hand, if they give you the file and you see that it went from 0 to full text, that is probably indicative of a Control C, Control V from somewhere. The student grabbed the whole text and they put the whole text as is. Um, However, another way would be for the students to paraphrase. But this is also very evident if you see the file editing history, because you can see that it is just one flow of text, very little errors, very little planning, outlining, filling out ideas, and then actually doing the draft. So there are ways in which we can um, infer that there was cheating and then confirm that there was cheating. And then, of course, what comes after that, there have to be consequences. It is not a tricky subject. It is not impossible. It is not. It is not hard to change anything, because we absolutely do not need to change anything. All we need to innovate is basically the tools that we use. Another way to deter plagiarizing is to basically tell students that they are not going to be able to pass if they plagiarize, because of A, B, C, and D detection method that we're using. So encourage students to not cheat. Because if they know they're going to get caught, then they're probably not going to cheat. And if they cheat, then it's easier for you. You don't need to feel guilty for failing as any student. Another way that I've seen that is very common is to have either a verbal or a written commitment, mutual commitment with the student to maintain a certain level of academic integrity throughout their work. So this is basically a way for you to encourage the student to do their best work possible. And these are it's a very many ways of doing this, but they're called, it's basically an oath that the student takes, a commitment that the student makes to you, and that you make to the student to provide him the best education possible. And like we mentioned before, if there are no consequences for plagiarism, then there is no reason not to plagiarize. Consequences are, and throughout human history, have always been a very good modifier of behavior. There we go. So we've seen a lot about the bad side, how to detect plagiarism, how to detect cheating. But is it possible to use AI ethically? And we already know that yes, because of the tools, the AI tools that we've seen that all English teachers can use. But I'm going to talk about how to use the same tools that can be used for cheating in an ethical way. And the first way to understand how we can do that is to view the AI that we mentioned. It's not really an AI. The large language model as a vast repository of knowledge, and a basically as if you are talking to Wikipedia, as if you are talking to a whole encyclopedia on any topic you can think of. Now, we can ask, for example, let's abstract for a moment. Let's say we have a tutor or a mentor or a very knowledgeable classmate. There are many things that we can ethically ask that classmate or mentor or tutor to do for us. You can ask them, for example, can you proofread my essay? Or can you help me organize the ideas in my essay? Or professor, do you think I should mention this specific topic if I am talking about this other topic? And the professor will say yes because, or no because. These things are something that an AI cannot replace, but can help with. So anything you can ask another person that is not considered cheating, you could ask an AI, and it's the same thing. It's the only difference is that the AI doesn't actually understand anything that it's saying to you, and it could be wrong. It's always better if you ask a very knowledgeable person. However, even if a person spends their entire life reading, like only reading, no talking, no sleeping, no eating, um, they will never match the amount of information that a large language model can process. So the large language model can process more information. The professor knows more about how to understand and prioritize which information will serve the student more. So a combination of both would actually be preferable. Now, another way to ensure that AI is being used ethically is plagiarism checker. But this is very tricky with plagiarism checkers because one, there are many, which means that a lot of those are going to be notoriously unreliable, especially if they are free. Or you run into the issue that they are very limited in functionality if they are free. A very limited amount of words, a very limited amount of uses, a very limited amount of whatever. And there are other plagiarism checker tools that are more consistent. However, they tend to be a service that the university provides as a platform, or they tend to be, in this case, something that professors who have a lot of academic writing as their assignments need to take into their own, like from the out of their own pocket to pay for these tools because they are essential. However, you cannot only have a plagiarism checker, and if the plagiarism checker says there is a 50% possibility of AI generated text, that's not enough to fail a student. That's not enough to change a student's grade. That's why, as we mentioned earlier, you need triangulation. You need several different methods to verify that the plagiarism has occurred. And above all else, even though its name is common sense and it's not very common, a good dose of common sense and intuition is still needed from the part of the teacher. You cannot delegate the actual evaluation to the plagiarism checker because they don't actually evaluate, they don't actually analyze, they are not actually able to think. Now, anything that, as we mentioned earlier, a mentor or professor can do at different stages of writing, a large language model, as we said before, cannot replace, but can help with. So, for example, you would ask, before you start writing, you may ask your tutor or your professor to suggest to you how am I going to start my essay? I don't know where to start my essay. And the professor is going to suggest how you can approach an essay. What ideas should they research first? What relevant areas to focus on depending on the topic? How to structure your research questions so that you are better able to guide what you're going to do. Now, also the professor can help during writing. Because the professor can help prioritizing several ideas and helping you outline. The professor's not going to write for you, but they can help you check your outline and say, for example, yes, the order is fine, but you're missing, for example, this and this topic. And then, for example, how are you going to move from one idea to another? The professor can help that. And with the organization of the ideas, what ideas to connect with which ideas to leave for the introduction and the start of the text, which ideas to leave for the end because they are more argumentative, whatever. The professor can give guidance on that. And during the editing process for proofreading, if you covered all your ideas, if you're coherent with what you're saying, all of those things. Now, here's the thing. If we know how to use prompt correctly, we can also ask an LLM or an AI to help us with these specific things. And that's okay. That's not plagiarism, because anything a professor would have helped you with, asking an AI, even though it's not a professor, it can still help you and give you some ideas on how to proceed. So, before I actually run out of time, let's go over some examples of assignments and basically what principles to use when creating the assignments. Let's use the example of an essay. The student is supposed to write an essay on topic X, and they don't have access to a mentor or a professor, or they have professors have very limited time. They cannot have a one-on-one meeting with all of their students and dedicate the necessary amount of time to fully mentor a student and every single student. So a fair amount of examples here into how the LLM can help you with the research sections, with the writing sections, and with the editing section. So this is something that we can teach students, tell them it's okay to do these things, while it's not okay to have the AI generate the entire text for you, and then you just present that text, or try to pass it as your own by paraphrasing that text, because that is also very easily detectable. Plagiarism checkers are paraphrasing checkers as well. So correctly prompting and keep feeding the AI either your topics or your ideas and asking it to outline and things like that. Again, anything a professor can do and it's considered ethical and okay to do, we can have the AI do. Now, why do we need to do this, and how do we prevent what principle can we use to prevent misuse of AI? I'm going to go back to what most of us here have already seen a million times, which is Bloom's pyramid, Bloom's taxonomy. Now, it is my sincere opinion that the remembering stage and the understanding stage should be taken entirely for granted. We should assume that those stages are completely dominated, that they are absolutely already taken care of by the time the student is in first year. We should focus, and this is just my opinion, nobody needs to actually follow me, that students should focus on higher steps on the pyramid, the highest steps possible, as soon as possible. The students come without knowing how to write, okay, teach them. Have them create something new. The students don't know how to use critical thinking because they never use critical thinking. Show them the steps of critical thinking. Break it down for them. Because, again, if we want to prevent AI use and the students have to create something new based on their experience and based on the material that you've given them, the AI will absolutely not be able to help them there. So we should focus, basically, assignments should focus on higher steps on the pyramid. Creating new things, evaluating analyzing at a deep level, argumenting different things. So let's look at some examples. Some examples that I use and some examples that other professors I've seen have used. So if you're working with specific concepts or ideas, especially abstract ideas, a reflective account is something an AI will never be able to do. This is just a suggestion. There are many other ways, but these are just 4 suggestions that I'm going to give for now, just so that I don't keep you trapped in my presentation for too long. So you can use, there are many different types of reflective accounts, but for concepts and ideas, you can use a reflective account that is in the format of what, so what, and now what, where the students have to describe the issue, the topic, the idea, the concept, etc. And then they have to explain its implications in real life, in their own space, in their own perception. What are the implications of these abstract concepts in the student's reality, in their immediate reality? That's the so what. And then we have the now what, which is what steps can we take in the future? What problems may arise in the future? How did my understanding of this thing evolve? So that's a reflective account. An AI is absolutely unable to reflect. We also have, if we've had the students do activities, like, for example, debates or an extension project or a participation in some sort of event or outreach. Another type of reflective account that is focused on different things is Gibbs cycle. You can put this just like this in Google, and you will see Gibbs cycle and very good explanations, much better explanations that I could give you. But Gibbs cycle basically focuses on what was going on, how the person or the student in this case was feeling through that process, the evaluation of how those feelings progressed. Like, for example, at first I understood nothing, and then when we did X, Y, and Z, I felt more confident when we produced this specific thing, and then I felt more comfortable when I was working in group, etc., etc., etc. So the student offers an self-evaluation of their own progress, and as long as it's properly argued and as long as it's properly presented, that's something that we can give as an assignment. Have the student present their own progress as a reflection. Again, an AI will not be able to do that. And if we're doing specific skills, specific techniques, specific things that the student needs to learn how to do, and if we want to prevent the student from being able to just have the AI do that for them, we can ask the students to define whatever it is that they did, but also explain in real life how it affected the environment, how it affected them, how their feelings or their confidence in the subject grew. We can ask them to demonstrate the steps they took, and this can be through pictures, through a portfolio with different stages of the application of the technique. And we can literally just ask the students also to provide evidence, as like, for example, during a portfolio, to have them also include pictures of the different stages of the application of a specific technique. Now, another way for, especially for essays and maybe argumentative essays, is to not have a correct answer and a wrong answer, but to have multiple possible correct answers as long as they are argued properly. Again, that is something an AI will not be able to do. So when we ask students to compare and contrast between different, I don't know, political orientations, eras of histories, different cultures, etc., etc., you can ask them because they will have to explain in a nuanced manner from their own perspective now that they understand the topic. Because remember, we are assuming that the students remember and we are assuming that the students already understand. We are aiming for the students to always be creating something new. The best way to do that is to incorporate feelings, reflections, providing evidence, and having the students do things only a human can do and no AI can do. If anybody has any specific question, well, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody who is still here. Thank you so much for being here. And I would like to also open the floor to whoever has any questions or anything that you might think I have omitted. You can also, of course, use the chat function if anybody has any questions. Yes, Copilot is one of the tools, one of the Microsoft tools. Do you think AI will soon be able to be helpful in Spanish? Yes. You can already ask the AI to translate a text from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, for example, or to use like to speak to you in Spanish or in English or in other languages. It's not as good because there is the huge majority of information, especially academic information online, is in English, which is why we need access to English repositories. Yes, Eileen. I wanted to structure the presentation into very broad tips because I don't. I think it's funny that we say that we can't escape AI. Obviously, as I know what you mean, it just reminds me of Terminator and the robot is going to come and I don't know, do my job or something like that. But that is absolutely never going to happen. And having students produce more complex work and create original work is not only good for preventing cheating, it's better for student development as well. But yes, if there are no more questions, I can give the floor to whoever is going to actually close the symposium for today. I've seen a lot of very, very interesting things. I've already downloaded some of the apps that were mentioned earlier. Wait, I have a new question, I think. Let's do one last. Is a person who ethically writes an essay able to register them with copyright and sell them to whoever wants to pay to read my work? Well, first of all, you need to write something that someone would like to pay for. But if your text is online, then then probably your text is already read by an AI. And even if you have copyright on your work, that's another problem with AI. That even though it's broader than the problems that we have in academia, copyright issues are a huge problem with AI. Hopefully, that answers your question, Juan Carlos. Keeping in mind that there is a delay between my presentation and the questions appearing on Facebook. Thank you guys for being here, especially at 8 in the afternoon. But yeah, I had fun. It was wonderful to be presenting to you guys, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Evers. That was an honor for you to share your knowledge and your insight of this amazing topic. So before we say goodbye for the day, we want to share some news of upcoming events. Remember that on the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st of November, we are going to have our Quinto Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada through our YouTube channel. So we are in call for papers, paper process now. So if you would like to present, please don't doubt and contact us. Remember that there is a deadline for that on October the 7th. And if you need further information on this specific event, please check our social media. We also have some graduate programs. They all start in March, and you can check out also more information about those master's degrees on our social media. We have a master's degree on teaching English as a foreign language. We have a maestría en lenguaje, bilingüismo e interculturalidad. And we have a especialización en didáctica de las lenguas extranjeras y de las segundas lenguas. And remember that we have social media. We have an official website where you can actually check all the PPTs and all the information about the presentations in this first day of the symposium. Also, we are going to update for tomorrow's presentations, and you can click already and find the information over there. We have our official website is www.fil.una.py. We have a Facebook, which we were live, and we are almost about to finish for the day. And we are also going to be live tomorrow. So check out our Facebook page, and you can find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Oficial. We have an Instagram account, Instituto Superior de Lenguas PY, our LinkedIn account, Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay, and our YouTube channel. And you can find us there as Instituto Superior de Lenguas Paraguay also. Remember that tomorrow we continue with the symposium. We are going to be since 4 up to this time of the evening, more or less. And after the end of the presentations, you can fill out, all the participants, all the audience, all the students over there watching us, you can fill out the evaluation of the symposium. It is evaluation form, and you are going to receive the certificate by email, but you have to wait 15 labor days for that. So please be patient with that. Before we end for the night, I want to remember some of the topics that we are going to discuss tomorrow. We are going to have a compare and contrast presentation about the word for word, sense for sense dilemma. We are going to have an impact of emotional intelligence on interpretation performance. We are going to have translation, what it is and what it does. And we are going to have also two special guests, Professor Cynthia Rolón, speaking about Paratesol, and Alejandra Acuña from Education USA, speaking about student mobility. So join us. We invite you to join us tomorrow to check all the topics that we are going to share. And before we leave, we want to thank all the organization, all the professors, all the students, all the presenters, the amazing guests that joined us today for these topics and amazing presentations, and all the organizers, all the people behind this 2024 English Symposium. So have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you again tomorrow.